Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pachimari Esports Brawl for All. We're in day two now, and we're ready to go ahead with a whole bunch of new games. We've got four new, really exciting games for you coming ahead today. Now, obviously, I'm Echo, been here a while with you guys, and with me is Urazi.
It's me yet again, and who better to join me for this introduction than Mr. Echo?
And obviously, we're not dressed up like we were yesterday. That was just for the first day of the tournament. Coming to the second day, we decided to dress more normal, I guess you could put it, right?
Yeah, normal would be a good way to put it. Like, we had our fun, we did enjoy it a lot, but now we're gonna take it probably a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, a little bit more seriously. Obviously, the games today. So yesterday we had our first day, our lower bracket, as we called it, which was any teams below 3.5k. Whereas today we're kind of going 3.6k and above. So the level of gameplay will be a little bit higher. We're looking at Masters, Grandmasters teams. We've got a lot of teams coming in today as well. Some of them we've seen before.
Yeah, we have seen some of these teams before, but some of them are new.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be really exciting to kind of see how some of these teams are doing and whether some of them have improved or also what they're up to now. So obviously, so the first couple of games we have on today, we have two games going on at the same time because we have six different teams coming in. And the first game we're going to cast today is Poetic Chaos and Poetic Chaos Academy. So this is the academy team of the main team playing against one another.
Yeah, and well, if you take it at face value, we would expect that the parent team would win over the sister team, but we've seen upsets before. And especially since they should be pretty close to each other and know what both of them play, if they come up with some really good shots, it could go either way.
Yeah, so we could definitely expect some kind of counter stratting and that kind of thing going on here, right? It's especially when it is the academy team, when the teams are related in that way, you get to know each other a lot. So that's the first game we will be broadcasting today, and it will be really nice to see kind of what goes on there in just about 10 or 15 minutes time. Now, the other game going on is between Arcade Academy and Washed Up. So there's another academy team. This is the Pachimari Esports Arcade Academy. So Arcade is one of the main teams in Pachimari, and this is their academy team. And they're playing up against Pachimari Esports' Washed Up. So we've got a lot of Pachimari teams today.
We do have a lot of Pachimari teams, and whoever wins out of Pachimari Arcade Academy and Washed Up is going to play against Pachimari Arcade, the main team.
Yeah, and now that's going to be a bit more of a tough match for a lot of people because Arcade are they're they're really good. They are one of the better teams here in Pachimari, and it'd be really good to see them kind of play against a whole bunch of different people as well. However, we are having two teams today in this first round having a bye, which basically means that they don't have to play; they automatically get pushed through into the next round. So one of them is Pachimari Arcade, and the other one is Add Friend. And now we've seen them before.
We have seen them before. I don't have the fondest memory of how they play, but if I remember anything, it's that they made a pretty good run last time, if I'm not completely mistaken.
Yes, exactly. From what I remember, they did a really good job last time they were in. It looks like the roster has changed up just a little bit, but some of the people on there are the same, such as Kiwi. We've got Soax on there as well. So that'll be really exciting to see how they do, and they'll be going up against the winner of the game that we are just about to broadcast in a little bit between Chaos and Chaos's Academy team. So that'll be going up against Adfriend at around 3 o'clock CEST. That's 2 o'clock in British summertime as well. So it'll be really exciting to kind of see how that goes on.
Yeah, definitely.
And now, obviously, we do want to congratulate everyone that played again yesterday. Obviously, Wong, they did extremely well to get all the way through that they did, and that was a really close game that they had at the end of yesterday that we casted together. And we will be casting the grand finals again today, and that'll be starting at around 5 or 6 o'clock CEST, depending on how long the games previously go. So yeah, that will be really fun to go into again later on today.
And yeah, Definitely. And also, all the people who were here yesterday watching and are tuning back in today, we should expect more or less about the same time frame. Because we have 2 buy rounds, though, it might go a little bit faster. So you may not have to wait as much between games.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So because we do have those buy rounds coming in for both arcade and add friend, it might just be that little bit quicker. We did have a couple of times yesterday where the breaks went on a little bit long. We're hoping that won't happen today, but if it does, we've made sure that we have some content for you guys at home to keep you entertained between the breaks, like we did yesterday.
Definitely.
And now we will pop off onto a quick break right now, just so we get the two teams into the lobby as quick as possible. We'll get all that set up, and I will pass back over to Urazi and to Lunaire, who will be casting the first game along with Urazi in about 2 or 3 minutes' time.
Yep, definitely. See you guys then.
welcome everyone to a second day of a tournament, Brawl for Ore. It's hosted by Pachimari Esports, and I'm Lunar, and I'm with.
You're easy. The one and only.
Yeah, so today we are having both teams from one of it's actually the academic team, so we can expect some a little uneven matchup here, and whoever will win this one, they will go against Ad Friends because this is single elimination.
It is single elimination indeed, and Ad Friend got a bye, so they won't actually be playing in the first round, they'll only be playing in the second round. But if you ask me, that can be a little bit of a benefit, because you get to warm up a little bit.
I agree with you. It looks like our first map today will be Lijiang Tower. What do you think we can see on that map?
Well, Lijiang Tower is a very interesting map. We've seen teams pull off, well, basically everything under the sun. We've seen Junkrat, we've seen Doomfist, we've seen Symmetra, we've seen Dive, Brawl, Hybrid Brawl, Double Bubble, anything. And for the most part, because these teams are so closely related, and they probably know a lot about each other, I'm expecting a lot of counterpicking to happen. They probably know exactly what both of them are really good at, and they're gonna try to draft around it.
Do you think we can expect something what we saw yesterday when we knew that both teams knew each other and play against each other? We saw very interested picks and more friendly environment than usual we see in tournaments.
Yeah, we can definitely see that. I expect to see at least one Torphammer 1v1. If I don't see that, I'm gonna be very, very disappointed. But for the most part, I feel like Poetic Chaos is gonna have a little bit of an advantage on their academy team because obviously the parent team usually takes all the best players, while the academy team are trying to, well, find players to get put to the main team. So in practice, it should mean they should have the edge, but that edge might be what brings them down in the end. They might get a little bit too cocky. We'll see.
Or we maybe see just a new talent showing off, and maybe somebody who we'll see in the future on being promoted to actual to the higher team.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to pop off at any time and show I am just as good as the players on the main team or even better, doing it in a tournament setting with the rest of your team being in the disadvantage is definitely where you want to show up. And if there are any coaches for Poetic Chaos watching, I'm sure they'll be keeping a good eye on these people.
Yeah, definitely. We have a little bit of a stall here, but I'm sure game will start very, very soon.
Yeah, the players just need a few minutes to get ready, get all their stuff together, perhaps talk with their coaches, come up with some strats, because these teams, like we have mentioned like a million times now, they know each other very, very well. So they might be coordinating some stuff between themselves.
So you think we maybe they are talking about this trip 1v1, like you mentioned earlier?
Maybe. We've also seen some teams protest the entire tournament and just stay in spawn and refuse to play, but we will remind the players that um, participation is required. So if you do sign up for a tournament, you are expected to actually play. But how you play and how you reach that end goal is completely up to you guys. So if you guys want to determine every fight by a hammer 1v1, we are more than fine with that.
Yeah, definitely. We want to have this entertainment for us too, and we want to have it fun for both of teams as for viewers, and not only see people staying in spawn. That's definitely true. For me, if it would be up to 1v1, I would say Widow 1v1 because that's never enough of them.
Widow 1v1 could be a very good way to determine maps. It seems like we have, well, the teams have gotten ready and we are going to move into the game very shortly. And we are on Control Center for the moment.
What do you think we can see on Control Center in particular?
Well, Control Center is a very like tight choke point map. for the most part, you like to see the Junkrat here. You like to see the just Brawl that just runs into your face and just brawls you. But since it's these teams that we're dealing with, I'd say what's possible for them to pick is going to be even more varied than what we usually see.
I see. And do you know anything of these players that we see here?
I'm not familiar with most of these players. I've seen Magic Turtle and some other players on the academy team. But for the most part, we haven't seen too much of both these teams. Not on broadcast at the very least.
I see. So, can you tell me a little bit about Magic Turtle then? Do you know what they play?
They do play main tank and they are quite skilled in doing so. Both the teams are gonna roll out. One of them is rolling out on a Sigma, but both teams running out on the very familiar Junkrat here.
Yeah, and we are entering a fight right now. Like you said, there is a very tight choke here, so we can expect either fast pick or very slow fight. It looks like Poetic Chaos, they are going on the point first, but Academy team, they are right there trying to get control of this point. They are very defensive comparing to the main team. And main team, like we expected, they do have a bunch of picks here right now, and they are claiming this fight.
Yeah, definitely. They did have the Symmetra, so they got here a lot earlier. And when you get to the fight earlier, you get to set up your Junkrat in such a better spot.
And there's another pick from Symmetra that will get stole.
Yeah, definitely. That's at least 10 seconds, and every second is a percent, and every percent matters.
Yeah, that is true. We have some of ultimates actually coming up into this fight already, and there is a window ready. Well, they are not going easy on the lower team for sure.
I mean, not at the moment, and now they have a bunch of ults to use, and maybe Fluffy here with his tire can come in huge, or Magic Turtle, who we've seen hit crazy shatters, might just be able to turn this fight by themselves.
Yeah, that is true. For now, fight is ongoing on this tight choke. We see Riptire quite on the flank. Maybe they will get surprised, but meanwhile, other Riptire gets 2 kills. And unfortunately, Academy, they still cannot push. So far, it is very one-sided.
Yeah, it's so hard to push into this Junkrat once they get this tight choke point. It's so incredibly hard to push into them without losing people, and with Sigma there just providing barriers and even more poke, it's so hard.
Yeah, I do believe they can turn this around. They are going on the flank right now, so they might find some value over here. But
Huge shatter.
Yeah, that is a huge shatter indeed, but unfortunately, another huge shatter, and Academy is just falling down again.
Does seem like it. I don't even know if they can touch, to be honest, Lunar.
Yet they do have like only 3%. They are not able. Paul is struggling very much, but unfortunately that wasn't a touch.
They did not get the touch, no. And this is exactly why you see the Symmetra here on Control Center so often. The Symmetra doesn't usually provide that much damage, it's just that this first fight is such a determining factor. The team that first captures the point usually proceeds to win the entire map because it's just so difficult to push into this Junkrat. Like, you can't make any rotations without losing people. You can't just run into them and hope to God that you win the Brawl because you get too choked. It's just so incredibly difficult, and that's why you absolutely need to run the Symmetra. So, the Academy team, not drafting a Symmetra, biting them a little bit.
Yeah, and we are entering next fight. We do have this MTP, so we can expect them being first on the point, and they are. But then Academy team, they are going on a rotation. They are in the small room, and they have first picks. They have potential to win this fight.
In potential, a 6v4 usually wins, and it's just clean up at this point.
Yeah, they for first time they are dominating the main team. That is amazing to watch and very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. But now that they do have this Symmetra, they can just skip a lot of these choke holds that Hanzo can hold. Like if you peek this angle and if you step out of bounds a little bit, Hanzo's at this level can just punish you so incredibly hard. But with that Symmetra teleporter, you can just skip so many of them. They're already fighting on point here and they barely took any poke damage.
Yeah, that is true. And now main team is back on a point and fight starts to begin. There is a dragon incoming and they actually TP out of it, but Reinhardt is still caught in it.
Definitely, now that you lose your main tank and one of your DPS, you can't keep fighting. You have to back out until they get staggers.
Yeah, but Symmetra Tours are slowing down Academy from chasing them too. So they were. Oh, actually, they still get staggered, even though they got slowed down.
Not only that, they do have a Baptiste in their backline who's trying to get out right now, but they might also get staggered.
Yeah, that will be very huge for Academy. So far, main team they weren't able to be on point for long.
Definitely not. They're drafting the Echo here for a little bit more damage burst and the Diva for these faster fights.
Yeah, and there is a window incoming right now. Possibly we will see High Noon here being popped out too. Yeah, and it is both window from both sides. So far, no picks in this fight. Speed is casted. That will get them sustained they need right now. And main team is being forced out to defensive position. Reinhardt is getting very, very low first pick from main team on Academy team. The Dragon is coming here again. Possibly Academy is in trouble right now.
It does seem like it, but Fluffy here getting a lot of picks and it might just be enough for them, but doesn't seem like it actually.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate, but a good effort from Academy team. So they actually might win this round. They do have a lot of percent on the point, so they just need to go back and claim it again.
Yeah, definitely. All you really need to do is win one fight right now, so I'm expecting for what to do for them is to take a dry fight here, try to force out as many ultimates from the enemy team as possible, then come back, or maybe not even that, just get a pick and go!
Yeah, they do have a first pick and a huge shot to Haidun and so many ultimates are happening. That was a huge push from Academy team.
That might just be it. It's
Yeah,
gonna
I
go
think
1-1.
Yeah, the main team is not able to touch.
What a dominant performance coming in from both teams here. I was starting to watch this and I felt like, okay, the main team has to win this. They're just way too dominant, but it might just be that whatever team caps the point first seems to just win.
Yeah, so now I'm interested who will be dominating in this round. Maybe there will be more even matchup on the third point. What can we see here? Usually we see Symmetra, but now we have Doomfist on both sides.
We also have Symmetra on both teams now because, like I mentioned, so far we have seen whichever team gets on point first wins, and these Symmetras just allow you to get to point so fast. But Doomfist here is gonna win the shorter fights while the McCree wins the... Wait, what?
We are going on the point right now. Both teams are already there. And the first pick from Academy team. They are showing they are not going to lose. They are claiming a lot of control on the point, and they are forcing main team quite a lot. So many good picks from Academy team.
Well, if I'd have to make a prediction right now, I'd say the Academy team has a very high chance of winning though. They have the initial hold, and they have the initial hold with the Doomfist. And an initial hold with the Doomfist is just so hard to break, that they even have to draft a Pharah here.
Yeah, that is true, but they are getting staggered so long. Diva just needed to jump out of the map to not be even longer to stagger. Meanwhile, Academy team still on the point, having this control.
Yeah, definitely, and the Pharah just has to come in huge here. Pharah can just get a lot of damage in and get barrage in one fight, but they're really gonna have to get these longer fights. But while these longer fights are happening, the percentage is still ticking.
Yeah, that is for sure in favor of Academy team. Farah gets first pick on Baptiste. They won't have enough healing for this fight unless the Doomfist comes in and gets picked just like that on McCree. And Academy team is still in control of the point. They have more and more picks, and they actually, I'm very surprised with their performance. They are doing so well.
Are putting in a lot of damage, but Doomfist doing their job really well too, just taking these people one by one.
Yeah, Farah couldn't even do much, even though technically Farah counters Doomfist. Don't you agree?
Well, technically yes, but Pharah has to get in close enough eventually, and in my days of casting I've seen more than one Pharah being punched out of the air.
I'm sure that is very entertaining to watch when Farah is taken out by Doomfist. When Doomfist came out, it was very much opposite. People were scared to play Doomfist against Farah. We see Bomb right now taking 2 people. I think that will be enough for main team to actually capture the point. I don't think Academy can stall it even longer.
No, but Academy actually did a really smart move here. If you look at the ultimate map now, they had to use 4 ultimates to win this fight, and they really had to do so. If they invested too little ults into this fight, the map might have just been over. But look at the Academy team now. They have 3, maybe 4 ults coming in this next fight. So if they don't just get completely wiped by the barrage, they have a very, very high chance of just taking this home right now.
Do you think they will want to wait for all 6 ultimates, so wait even more ultimates from Poetic
Probably
Chaos?
not. You wanna push in before they can charge any of their own.
Yeah, and they are entering on point using this ultimate as we speak, and Parash is taking down 4. So, you really think they shouldn't wait for that Parash?
Well, the barrage came in huge, and they used Valk, but look at their ultimate economy now. Still 2 ults left, but on the enemy team now we still have Grav, and Grav can be a very lethal combo, just by its own.
Yeah, that is true. We are definitely going to see this round because main team is having almost 60%. So Academy, they don't want to wait any longer. We've got this huge graph on the right hand, but the right hand have a huge slam out of the graph, and Burr is just finishing off these picks. That was so huge play from main team.
Yeah, the defending Pharah is so incredibly hard to deal with. They're even gonna stagger out the Baptiste here. Not really what you want to see. And now that the Baptiste gets staggered out, they may not even get a fight on equal footing because they have to wait for the Baptiste to respawn. Now that he's respawning, there's almost 10 seconds remaining to touch.
Yeah, and Fluffy, they are coming down too, so that is even more stagger.
Are they even gonna be able to touch? It's 97, 98, 99.
They didn't. That was very shocking. Good stagger from main team. There was Academy team was so dominating all this round, and then main team just turned it around.
Yeah, the Academy team did a lot of things really well. In their last 99-0, this fight here, that's actually being shown on the replay, they made a very good decision of not using any ult. But the fight after that, the thing they had to avoid is getting wiped by the Pharah. And unfortunately the Pharah came in very huge and that just messed them up so incredibly hard.
Yeah, both team have shown us very great performance on all these different picks they had, and definitely this is not one-sided.
It's definitely not one-sided, and Poetic Chaos Academy team really showing that they have what it takes to beat the main team, or even at the very least go even with them. On some of these maps, they were coming in huge. Maybe not on the first map, but for the most part, it still remains true that whichever team gets control of the point first usually has the advantage and gets to 99. It's just unfortunate that they got the defending cap with the Pharah, which is just almost impossible to break.
Yeah, Farah with that pocket is just so huge, especially if you know that they have all these angles on that map. They have these windows to flying. It's just so many possibilities on Farah on that point.
Definitely, yeah. And when you are the defending team, you can really afford to take these longer fights. because the longer the fights go on, the better. You're just taking percentage, and your Pharah gets a bunch of advantage. While when you are on the attacking team, you can't really afford to take too long fights, because for every second that your Pharah gets value, it's really good for the Pharah, but for every second, 1% goes over to the enemy team. So you really have to balance that out.
Yeah, that is true. And looks like next map we are going to have Eichenwald.
We are indeed moving on to Eichenwald. We are going to just choose, or the teams are just going to choose which one goes on attack and on defense. Of course, the losing team chooses map, while the main team, or the team that won, chooses side for the most part. And most teams usually want to start with the defense. And the defense, especially on Eichenwald, can be a really hard one to break, because there's these really long sight lines that you have to walk into. You can just have spam there with Junkrat, with Pharah, which we saw just on the last map here. It's so incredibly hard to push into.
But also, this map is known that they have a very difficult Doomfist rollout. Can you expect Doomfist here too?
Doomfist can work here. We don't see it too often in tournament settings, because Doomfists who make rollouts here usually take too much time. Like, I think there is a rollout you can do on attack, but it takes about 30 seconds to set up, and then by the time you actually pull it off, it might take a whole minute. And waiting for an entire minute to set something up which is not guaranteed to find value, most teams wouldn't take that gamble.
Do you think we can expect some higher strategy with a SimTP or Maywall? Or do we just see teams going straight for the choke?
Well, most teams don't really like going for a choke. We've seen, or it was a pretty uncommon strat previously, where you put up the Mei wall over the roof, and then you teleport onto it, and then just run across. But the problem with that strat, and what most teams don't understand about it, is it relies on the element of surprise. If the enemy team already knows it's something you may do, it just falls flat. Because if they're waiting for you on the other side, you're just running into their hands, quite frankly.
Yeah, that is true. So if they don't go for the choke, then what they will do?
If they don't go for the choke, we do see some like double bubble dives here quite often. Like a lot of the time, because you can't really push onto them in a straight line, what you like to do is you like to rotate a few Zarya bubbles, so you know the spam is gonna come out from the enemy team. And instead of just sitting there and saying, okay, we're going to get poked out a lot, we're just gonna deal with it and move on, we're going to use our Zarya bubbles, so by the time the fight actually starts, we're gonna have a lot of energy.
Traveling to Eichenwald.
So I'm looking forward to see one of the things we saw, we talked about, or maybe team will surprise us with something we didn't cover yet.
Maybe, yeah. What I'm just hoping is that both the teams don't do the Sim and Maywall thing blindly. Because it has its place. It is a legitimate strat, but it's not something you pull off all the time. Because it's really easy to punish.
It is really easy to punish, but you said it's all about element of a surprise. If defending team won't expect that, they might get value here. I know that sometimes you can even pick out the support who is all the way in the backline waiting on the points, thinking they are safe.
Yeah, definitely. That is usually what happens. When you do catch out the enemy by surprise doing this strat, what usually happens is the enemy team don't know where you are, and you're already set up 6 man on the point. And now they are the attacking team. Now they are in the disadvantage. Now they have to fight their way towards you.
Yeah, while you're capturing the point too, so that is putting defending team on disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of like I expected, the parent team is going to start on defense, and they're actually rolling out on May here, trying to limit their rotations, while the academy team is actually choosing a little bit more of a higher damage combo team.
Yeah, and now we are entering the fight. They are holding choke so far, and while they are actually forcing main team to go back a lot with this spam incoming. They have the huge stun from behind, and Maywall is trying to separate them. That is very high play from main team. They are having first picks already. They do so many chaos in this fight.
Yeah, I don't think the main team quite realized what the difference between the comps are. So at this level, it isn't as much of, hey, who has the better carry player? Do we have the better main tank or do you have the better main tank? It's mostly who can execute their team comp better. So you gotta look at both these teams and see what they can do. We have the defending team who just wants to run onto you very fast. We have the attacking team who just wants to stay back as long as possible, find these picks and then go on to that advantage.
Yeah, and Fluff is taken down right now. That is a huge stolen academy team. They need to regroup and wait, but they are blocked by a Maywall, and Reinhardt will be coming down right now, and possibly Diva too. That actually they are not going back. They were trying to rescue Reinhardt, and they are paying with their life now.
I mean, yeah, like Reinhardt died and look what the results were. So much ult percentage going over to the defending team's side and just so much time being staggered out. It's been 2 minutes and we have more or less just had 2 fights here. This is not good for the attacking team.
Yeah, I just need to point out that freeze on Diva was very interesting. Never saw that happen before.
But we're gonna approach what we call a clown fiesta where both the teams click all their ults at the same time.
Yeah, and we see a huge ultimate. So actually, I think that Academy wanted to shatter too, but main team was faster with that shatter a little bit. And actually, I think it's better for Academy team because they won't fight without this shatter. It was no needed. So main team, I think they saved the ultimate by accident.
I mean, yeah, it's not really what you want to see. The shatter was huge from the defending teams trying to crowd the Roy there, but there was just not enough follow-up fast enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to go on high ground. What do you think it means for the payload who is being pushed so still?
Like, if you leave this McCree on the high ground, we've seen what McCree's can do on those high ground. It's disastrous. So the Academy team on attack here, they're just trying to force them off, but it seems like they're just gonna go off by themselves.
Yeah, and they are holding now choke with this window. There's so huge damage incoming, and Graf is capturing very crucial Baptiste here, and now main team, they just can go on Academy team without being really contested as much. They just had a strategy that worked out very well.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they wouldn't just remain on the high ground there. Leaving your McCree on the high ground together with the Baptiste or some other people. Like, why would you just give all of this up? And now, look, the attacking team is just holding on to it for themselves now. Now you have to push into them, and now you have to go through these tight choke points where the attacking team has the advantage. Little bit of a blunder from the main team here.
Yeah, and payload is still being pushed, so it's not really contested. That is very bad for the funding team. Now they are contesting it, but it has lots of progress already. ISO is having first pick on Fluffy, but they are in big trouble. There is a window here, but Reinhardt is doing a good job with blocking it, but they almost pay with their life for this overextend. Lucio and McCree, they are just punishing Academy team for being for pushing it so much.
Definitely, yeah. And now that they used the high ground a little bit more, you could see how much S2 could do there with the high ground. He kept getting these picks, and this is exactly what you need to keep controlling this high ground. You're gonna fight tooth and nail. You might even give up someone's life to keep this high ground up while he just gifted it to the enemy team here.
Yeah, and as we speak, Academy team is on in rotation. They do have ultimates, they might commit into this fight, and the dragon is coming in right now. They do have a lamp to stop it. The shatter is coming through, I think, and we are fighting in very tight choke, but so far no picks, even though ultimates were committed into this fight. And High Noon maybe will get value right now, but Iso takes out Fluffy, and now the Academy team is struggling. They are slowly falling apart. They don't really want to fight in this tight choke.
Yeah, like choke points into a Mei, especially a Mei who has their ult. Not the most ideal thing in the world, I'd say.
Yeah, and Diva is being staggered, but unfortunately for them, they have this map that they can jump out of it. So it ends pretty fast for them.
Definitely. And we do have a few ults coming in from both these teams here, but crucially the defending team doesn't have Mei ult, which can just turn everything. But both the teams have Lucio ult, so that may just be able to keep them alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, and Academy team so far they ignore a main team being on the high ground. They are just pushing on the point. Both windows are in this game, so both teams have more damage incoming, potentially faster fights. First pick for Fluffy. The bomb is getting 2 supports, and Academy team is just falling down. That was very huge fight for main team.
Yeah, Kawaii finding such a huge diva bomb there, but the start to that fight wasn't the cleanest. They gave up the high ground, and because they were all at the same level, they didn't have the high ground advantage. Fluffy actually found the first pick of the game onto one of the members of the main team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so we talk about this high ground a lot, but what do you think academic team can do better?
Well, Academy team can, of course, well, utilize the advantages that they have, right? If you see the defending team is not utilizing the high grounds, you can punish them for it. You rotate back, you take the high grounds yourself, and we have seen that working for them. When they did have control of this high ground on attack, which almost never happens on this map, there's such a power shift that happens.
Mm-hmm. So now, well, with the compositions we have again same compositions from academy, and they are on defense right now. How do you think it will influence that they don't have Mei again?
Well, the defending team actually likes the Mei a little bit more than the... Wait, no. The defending team likes the Mei more than the attacking team does for the most part, but Mei in general on this map, which has a very tight choke point, is so good. But Mei, even on attack here, you can just wall off some of these chokes and then just make a rotation all the way to point.
Yeah, that is true. And we are entering fight right now. So far, we are just in a little bit of a spammy phase, but Fluffy, they are taking down Istos so fast. I think they will just need to wait for them to come back while they are doing a little spam on each other.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to take a fight being 5v6, because even if it's even and both your players are just as good, you are gonna lose that. We do see this Mei all come out here, and they're making the rotation.
Yeah, that we can see having Mei advantage right now. Now I don't really know who is winning so far. It's very hard to define it, but main team, they are having this advantage with the wall, stopping Academy from going back as much as they want on that point. So fighters get like, oh wow, that main team is struggling right now with the HP bars, but amazing job from healers and Mei. They are protecting the tanks, and now they can push back with a full HP. We have a bunch of ultimates on the field too, so actually no, main team will just go back. They won't use any ultimates so far.
Yeah, the main team doing a good job of not being staggered or giving additional ult charge to enemy team. But look at the combos that are coming up here for the attacking team. You have a dragon, you almost have Mei ult, and you almost have grab. Just 2 of those can just be enough to win, even through Lucio ult.
Yeah, and now they are pushing again on that point. So far, no picks yet, and Giant taking down Isu. That is huge stagger, and the Shatter is following up on it. Academy team have no mercy.
That's honestly such a good play by them. They did get the initial pick, and as the attacking team, the main team, they were trying to back off, they get such a huge shatter, and that's so worth it for them. Trading one shatter for getting all the ult charge of killing the rest of the 5 people is such a good trade for them.
Yeah, but like you said, we have this huge ultimates coming up from main team, and they want to use them now. They have only 1.5 minutes left, so they really want to get this point right now if they don't want to get full hold here.
Definitely, but the Diva here from Park, she can potentially eat all 3 of those really high value ults if they position themselves right.
Yes, so big pressure on them for this fight. Main team, they are doing rotation. They think that it will work out the best for them to lose even a little more time just to take this rotation. And the graph is coming up. Beat is all the ultimates are coming out, and good play from main team. They are having most picks this fight, and they will get this first point. What do you think? What happened here?
Well, it's a little bit hard, but for the most part, they were trying to get control of this high gun, which I've criticized them a little bit for so far. When they do have these high guns that they can't take, most of the time, they're just not taking control of them. But here, I don't think everyone on the defending team, academy team here were on the same page. Some of them wanted to fight like Magic Turtle there, was all the way into them. But most of the people are just fighting on point, and when you split up, especially with a team comp like they have, it's pretty hard to try to fight them 3v6.
Yeah, and academy team is holding high ground so far, which we didn't see from main team. What do you think we can expect? Will they be able to hold it?
They should be able to hold it, but you can see these Mei walls coming in and denying some of these angles from the Hanzo. But Fluffy and PogCha69 should be able to find the damage that they need, like we see here.
Yeah, they are having first pick. So now academy team is dropping and chasing all these kills on main team. And Fluffy is just getting so much value this fight. They are having these picks.
Does seem like it, and this is the high gun advantage that you get and that I have talked about. When you do have the high gun, you just have access to so many more angles to poke out the enemy team. And realistically, when your team comps are so similar, and when these fights are determined by whichever team executes their comp better, getting a pick so early on and then following up on it can just be lethal.
Yeah, and we have less than 2 minutes for all this long point. That is very much putting main team on disadvantage here. They are doing rotation for a castle, and Isa is fighting big on Macri. The dragon is coming from academy team, and a very big ultimates in this fight. The shatter comes through, but May was trying to block it. That was a good effort, but academy team is in control on the point right now. Lucio's still trying to push kart a little bit, but they do get caught eventually.
Yeah, definitely, and the high ground advantage coming in here yet again. Even though Esto got the initial pick there on the attacking team, which you don't see that often, the defending team just could use so many ults to neutralize that, and now we just have about 2 ults into 1.
Yeah, last fight we saw very big ultimates that are very crucial for the combos they have, like a blizzard. What do you think? Like they are rotating here right now without this blizzard. What
Yeah,
can
they
you think about?
they changed sides here. They're trying to push the payload from the other side, and they already demech Diva, and Ryan is just falling so incredibly low.
I don't think academy team was prepared for that. Baptiste is having so much value here right now. The grab is coming from main team, and the grab dragon combo that is very lethal for them because they don't have a beat anymore.
That seems like it's just gonna be it. They're gonna push it all the way to the end with less than 10 seconds remaining. That's gonna be a 2-0 to the main team. Periodic Chaos takes it home.
Yeah, and they will go against Ad Brent as the next match.
Well, definitely, and we're actually gonna see this Diva Bomb which won them the fight here.
Yeah, I remember that Diva Bomb. It was very huge. Took down both supports as we see right now, and the remake on that needed to hurt.
I mean, yeah, Kawi finding all the damage they could have possibly found with that ultimate, getting the immortality field, 2 kills, and even demeching the enemy diva.
Yeah, that was a lot of value. We saw good performance for both of teams and good effort for academy team. Even though we expected a little bit favor of the main team, they showed us that they didn't let go. They didn't have a mercy on the main team, and yeah, they just saw a great performance, and that soon maybe they will be even better than the main team.
Maybe, yeah. But for now, congratulations to Chaotic Chaos. You'll be moving forward in the bracket. And for the most part, we're going to be back in a bit, I feel like. In about 10-15 minutes with the next streamed match.
Yeah, but I think there will be maybe interview possibly here. Anyways, thank both of teams for participating today. Again, congratulations and see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after a little short break. It was a very interesting match, wasn't it, Echo?
Yeah, I was watching on the sidelines, and I think it was a lot closer than a lot of us were expecting between these two teams. It was really fun to watch.
I mean, classically, if you think about it, the main team and academy team, it's usually not this close, but I'd say there's a lot of possible pickups you can make if you are the main team now. But we aren't here to talk about that, are we? We're here with the man himself, Kawi.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Yes. Should I just speak then? Is that fine? Like, or do you got questions?
Do you want to introduce yourself to the stream?
Well, yeah. So I was the diva for Poetic Chaos, and I'd just like to say, like, shout out to our academy team because they played like crazy well. Like, we've been like coaching them a lot, and they've been playing like practicing more than us really. And I just like to shout out to them because they played like crazy well, and they did like roll us at points. So I just like to say that.
Yeah, definitely. It was surprisingly close, and for the most part, it really came down to the mechanics. And it felt like whichever team kept the point first usually held on for really, really long and did really, really well.
Yeah, I feel like both teams, like our brawl is like, and our rush is like our strong point. So I feel like they've picked that up as well. So once they won the point, they were able to like kind of hold it down really strongly, and we weren't able to attack it very well.
Yeah, definitely. We do actually have some questions for you, Kawaii. So we have, for the most part, like, of course, you gave your opinion on how it was to play, but in a more general sense, how was it to play against the academy team?
Um, it was kind of rough, like honestly, because I feel like we were kind of nervous because they're our academy team and we wanted to impress them, so we were making mistakes. And as well, they are actually like surprisingly good. So like their Hanzo was like doing really well. Both the DPS are like their tanks were hitting like lots of big ults. So it was just kind of it was actually quite tricky, like surprisingly.
I think
Definitely.
going to those tank ults as well, though, because you had a lot of quite maybe what's 2 or 3 Ks with your bombs, and
Yeah.
maybe they weren't the biggest flashiest things, but they always seemed to kind of turn the fight around. Do you practice those kind of like? Do you go into the workshop and do like bombs, or do you just kind of wing it and
Um, I've
see
been
what happens?
practicing. I've been practicing a lot recently because I'm more of a Zarya player, so I've been working on my diva,
Mhm,
and like the biggest thing I've just been trying to do is trying to get them to turn around. So like Li
mhm,
Jiang, when I bombed and I got the 2K, um, our cow like our main tank shattered, so the
mhm,
Ryan had to keep his shield up main, and then he got bombed from the behind. So that's the kind of things we're looking for, just like bombs in the back line to kind of distract them or like make them
mhm.
force out abilities. And luckily they got some kills.
It's all about those kind of combos, the synergy between you and your main tank. Then,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. I mean, you can definitely see that from watching as well. Like it was really nice to see like you two always seem to be working really well together as well. Like a lot of sometimes you can see off tanks and main tanks not always kind of in sync, but you guys really seemed in sync throughout most of that match. And it was especially with your bombs, the little combos you were doing. It was really nice.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much.
You guys, anything else?
Uh,
Um,
yeah, we do have a question coming in, so, or it's more of a question from me personally, but what happened with the high grounds there on Eichenwald?
so like we didn't know how we wanted to play it. So at first we were trying to decide if it would be better to force the cart or not. So at first like we decided to get around the corner so we could attack the high ground, but then kind of like they kept getting picks because our Hanzo was able to hit shots on their McCree. So like we kept like kind of going in circles deciding whether to go for the high ground or just to force the cart. And I think we finally decided on we'll just play around the grav and force the cart and hope we'll win the team fight right at the end. So
Yeah, it felt like you guys didn't really know what you guys were trying to do, but for the most part, you guys performed really well. And even though you guys weren't, well, abusing the high grounds, you could put it, you guys
yeah.
still came out ahead.
Well, we have a really big problem with second point icon ward. Anyways, I think we need to work on that. Just being
Mhm.
able to like control the high grounds because we're more of like just go in and brawl and rush, and that's kind of our play style instead of maintaining high ground.
Fair enough. I mean, if it works for you guys, then who am I to judge, right?
Yeah.
I guess one quick last question for me before we let you head off is how are you feeling about going up against Ad Friend in the next round of the tournament?
Um, we're a bit worried because we know they're good. We know they're a strong team, but we feel like we're gonna make sure we don't. We're gonna go over it quickly now and make sure we don't go make any of those mistakes again. And hopefully that was like a nice warm up for us. And I feel like it should hopefully like be even matchup. I feel like we can put up a fight definitely against our friend.
Well, we won't be seeing it on broadcast, but I'll be really excited to hopefully see you guys in the grand finals, and if not, we'll see you in
Alright.
the third place match anyway later. Do you have anything else you want to shout out at the end? Just anything in addition?
Just a shout out to the academy team. So like they played really well, and also we had like 2 ringers today. So like Rocco and Winfall, they played really well. Like even though they don't play with us all the time, like really big shout out to those guys for coming along and being able to help us out.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you very much for coming on. Congratulations again. Good luck against our friend in the next match, because that's going to be a little bit trickier. So good luck, and thanks for coming along.
Thank you very much. All right, bye stream.
Well, there we go. That was an interview there with Kawai, the off tank of Poetic Chaos. I guess that is it for now, though. You won't be seeing Urazi for a little bit until later on for the grand finals. But I'll be back in just a couple of minutes to cast the next game coming up soon.
Have a good one.
Hello and welcome back. We are going to go into the second match of today that is going to be streamed. We are going to be looking at Arcade versus Arcade Academy as I slowly drift off into the void there. I'm excited to see how this game goes because these are basically the two flagship teams of the Pachimari org.
Yeah, exactly. They are. They're the two kind of big ones that everyone knows about Pachimari Arcade, and the Academy team. Obviously, they are the ones that learn directly from their parent team. And in the last match, we saw Poetic Chaos going against their Academy team as well. That seems like the main theme for today is we're having the flagship teams going down against their academies, the people that learn from them. So it'd be really interesting to kind of see if, like before, we can kind of see the Academy team step up quite well and kind of hit the plate like we saw Poetic Chaos do.
These guys are definitely the underdog. Arcade Academy being, a few hundred SR below the main team. But this doesn't mean it's not going to be a competitive game. There is a chance that, maybe Arcade has had some internal issues and, maybe they're not at full potential right now. And maybe Arcade Academy could, just get the upper hand in a few fights, which could potentially make them win maps, which makes them win the series.
Because at the end of the day, especially on something like Control, right, it really comes down to one fight. Like if you win that first fight and if you win the kind of third fight after that as well, it's so easy for you to snowball on Control. You only need to win a certain number of fights. It's really and we almost saw that in the last match with Poetic Chaos and their Academy team. Was they actually took one of the rounds of Lijiang off of their parent team because of just those little bits of one fights, and it kind of just snowballs into what can be a map, and the map can then snowball out into the entire series. It's all to play for here.
Very competitive, very competitive.
But we are going into Lijiang Tower first yet again, and we're just getting the game set up. The lobby's got to get started properly, and it looks like we're on Gardens first.
What do you think they might be coming out here with?
Well, so typically I'd expect to see some flyers, something like a Farah or an Echo with a Mercy Pocket. But as we've seen before, a lot of teams, they just still like to run a Brawl composition here because you can get to the point relatively quickly, especially with something like a Symmetra. You can speed boost in, get a Symmetra TP onto point, and run the Brawl. But going up against a Farah, if you're on the Brawl, that's really risky. So I'm expecting, because these teams are higher SR, to go, as we can see here, with the more double bubble style, with the flyer. Of the Echo, or maybe not. Trust me, kind of hovering over the Sombra for a little bit there. I quite like both of these team compositions, but there's some big differences here with the Brig and the Mercy.
What do you think that would give them an upper hand in any way?
Yeah, well, okay, as we go to a pause, as it looks like Karma just accidentally got DC'd from the game. Whilst this is going on, I do think that the Mercy, obviously, they give quite a lot of extra boost, essentially, right? The damage boost of Spud Hunter will give a lot of damage to hero on the Echo. A lot more damage means a lot more kills, means a lot more ult charge, means a lot more duplicates. And obviously with the duplicate, the Echo duplicate's so strong. That's really beneficial. But the Mercy can't deal with a Tracer. Whereas the Brigitte, which Karma was hovering over before they got DC'd, that can be really, really useful.
But it looks like we're about to get ready to go back in. As their player that did disconnect has currently come back in. So we might I'm interested to see what's gonna happen because we got the two Echo battle here. And I'm assuming that the Arcade, the blue team, is going to win out on that Echo duel because of, that SR range, but, I mean, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it could be down to the SR, it could be down to that Mercy Pocket, that could really help Hero manage to get a lot more kills, but we see both of them rotating out in very opposite ways here, and actually this gives Arcade quite the advantage in their position currently.
Yeah, we're going to see this Tracer come in from the left side, along with the rest of the team, as they take advantage on the point. They have most of this point on lockdown right now, as the enemy Winston from Pachimari Arcade is going to try and put up some pressure onto the main team. The Break Bash is going to come up onto the Tracer, and he's going to see a little, the Echo Battle is going to come out inside the card yard. And by the looks of it, Pachimari Arcade is actually going to come up with the win onto that Echo duel, as the Ana actually is going to take down and make it a more even fight, as both Echoes out of the fight. The Zarya and the Brig is going to soon fall after, as well as the Ana. And by the looks of it, Arcade Academy are going to win out this first fight.
Yeah, although they lost the early cap to the point there because Ghost Dragon died extremely early, Ghost Dragon managed to come back and cap the point eventually, so it's only 18% going over the other way. Actually, that's not bad. If you're Academy, you're going to be happy with that because you can regain all that percentage in this kind of setup for the next fight here. But we already have the nano boost on Tom. That's so good to beat up that, to build up that nano boost so early, and that's probably going to be going on to Ghost Dragon or Hero, depending on what they feel like will carry them the most through this fight. I'm imagining going to Ghost Dragon around now.
Yeah, there it is, and by the looks of it, he's going to try and push up onto the backline. He's going to try and focus down this enemy main tank Hitori on point. He has the Primal, so there's a chance he's just going to pop it. He takes the Nano from Tarantino, and he's going to pop the Primal to try and boop him off the map. Ghost Dragon is going to fall into the point, and Tom actually gets pushed off the map by Hitori, as he then moves back to the point and try and, he's just making space all for his team. The Pulse Bomb is going to come out, and to no avail, though, as the bubble comes out and just completely denies it, as the Mercy gets taken out on point and capped over.
Yeah, the flip does go over back the other way, but actually, again, it's not the end of the world because they got a lot of ultimates out of Arcade. Arcade, all they're going to have here is the duplicate and the rally, whereas on the other side, on Academy, we have 3 ultimates, quite big ones here as well, especially with the grab and the monkey ult. Ghost Dragon already getting that up again somehow. So really, it's all on Ghost Dragon here just to make sure they get their primal really quick.
Speaking of getting Primal pretty quick, the Echo copy is going to come up onto the Winston, and he's going to get that Primal instantly. In fact, by the looks of it, he has it available to him. He's going to pop it, he's going to jump on deep onto the support, he nearly falls off the edge, but by the looks of it, he's going to try and push off the Brig off the map. He's completely focusing down this man. The whip shot is going to come out as he falls off the map into oblivion. He's going to jump onto the Ana onto point, and he's going to end the copy and just completely wipe out Arcade Ana.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The duplicates came out from both sides. Trust me, as well, doing really well just to get their primal rage whilst on that duplicate. But we still see the point ticking over here. It's still being contested just a little bit longer by the Tracer.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that because I genuinely thought that they would just cap the point immediately after taking both supports out. But by the looks of it, they managed to get around 10% extra percentage points.
Yeah, they're up to 70% now on the side of Arcade, and Academy, they're going to hit that during this fight as well, but again, it's just all off the back of these Echoes doing so well. Trust me, managing to just about keep up even without that Mercy Pocket, which is honestly really well played, but we've got the Nano Boost here from Tom going to go on to Ghost Dragon.
The grab's going to come out from Illuminati as it is a solo grab onto the Winston combined with that anti-nade from Tarantino. He's nearly got his ultimate. As the Mercy is going to fall alongside him, actually, 3 of the members from Pachimari Arcade are going to fall immediately. The Tracer, the Zarya, and one of the supports. The Karma is going to follow that up by just taking out a Tracer for himself as the Primal gets popped by Hitori. But the looks of it, he's going to try and Primal the Ana off the map. But he's just going to face that damage the value, and then Echo's just going to fall immediately afterwards as he tries and jumps onto the tank line and just brawl out on point.
Yeah, we see a late rally here coming out from Karma. I'm not sure I like this because by the time the rest of the team gets back for the fight, most of that rally armor is going to have decayed away. But come out into what could be potentially the last fight of this round, and we have, again, 0 ultimates on Arcade, and trust me, they're going to have to build this up as quick as possible. But however, on the other side, we have a lot of ults, and a hero's been winning out this Echo Duel a lot of the time. So it's really all on the back of that, making sure the Spot Hunter keeps them alive and gives them all that extra damage in this fight.
By the looks of it, Ghost Hunter's going to absolutely jump in with that Primal. We've seen so many this fight. He gets one. He's going to jump onto the Echo into the backline, but by the looks of it, he's just going to try and protect his backline, dueling the Tracer in the back.
I don't want to say what that was, but...
Say it's not so, Echo.
Arcade Academy were winning that fight, but I think that was it. I think we just saw the first major C9 of this tournament.
That was awful. That was tragic. I think I've seen that in a Shakespeare play at some point. That was genuinely horrific for me to experience. I can't believe it. Okay, that must have mentally boomed Pachimari Arcade. We can only imagine what they're thinking right now. That fight was definitely won by Arcade there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Arcade had completely won that fight. A nice possible count from Deceiver, but that was just so unfortunate. A little bit of a misplay come out from the Academy team. Anyway, we're coming out onto this next point, and we've got Trust Me onto this Junkrat. They're going to be spamming out into this white room and onto the point, get rid of as much of the Run Shield as they can, remove all the resources. Cause already had to use their Grasp as well on that Sigma, so they're down quite a lot of resources here.
Yeah, by the looks of it, they've completely obtained the high ground right now. That server room is in lockdown by Pachimari Arcade. But the problem is, Arcade Academy has the point. Well, I say that, but the Junkrat's going to go on the flank, and he's going to find 2 picks, both onto the Reinhardt and for the Lucio. He's going to get picked off immediately afterwards by Arcade Academy's Sigma, as Tarantino is going to fall onto the Baptiste. A bit of a scrappy fight, but by the looks of it, it's going into the hands of Pachimari Arcade there.
Yeah, and I think honestly that's to be expected. They had complete control of server room. And as soon as you get control of the server room, you've got such a good view. You can go on little bits of flanks. We saw Trust Me go on a little bit of an off angle there as well with that Junkrat. Deceiver as well got so much charge off of Core's Sigma Shield, but I guess we'll have to see if they can do the same thing this fight again. Look at Trust Me go on this flank.
I think we just saw Tracer jump into the backline there. I'm not too sure what happened. The window's going to come out immediately. Core's going to lift them all up. I think that's a 4-man Gravitic Flux. The Sim Turrets are in the backline doing work. They're behind enemy line, just completely doing damage and burning, giving the enemy team a sunburn, basically, as they try and push out this Junkrat who's just hid up there in server room.
Yeah, they honestly need some Suntan Lucian after that, because that did not go well for them at all. And Tarantino, they used their Immortality Field just a little bit too early, so by the time they got thrown back down to the floor, it was gone, and that was so much damage, and Tarantino had even fallen before they hit the floor because of that car wash set up. But here comes the tire.
By the looks of it, Trust Me, he's just going to try and push up slowly. The tire's going to come in, but the Sim turrets, both slowing it down and giving enough time for the Sim to just right-click it. The wall is going to come out, build that wall, he's on point, both walls are going to come out, The Deadeye's going to come out onto Trust Me, and the Junkrat is going to fall. That's a lot of damage just missing. But the second that Sim 1 goes down, the level 3 Sim Beam is going to be absolutely unleashed onto both the attacking teams. But it looks like Tori's shield is getting low, and along with that, so is his health bar. But the enemy Ryan is actually going to fall before he does. Pachimari Arcade, both their Sim and their Baptiste are going to fall. That's a lot of healing and a lot of damage out of the fight. Illuminati is going to actually try and commit the Graphitic Flux here, as he tries and finds a pick. Trust Me is going to fall, so both DPS out of the fight. Illuminati follows, and so does Satori back to the spawn doors.
Exactly, they're going back again, and we're coming into really close to last fight territory already, with Academy doing so well once they control this point. But if they lose it, they're going to have to be really careful. And like you said, the level 3 Sim Beam, especially with those Symmetra walls on point, Murin had such high damage in that fight, and that's exactly what left them here. But they're not going to hold up close because they don't have the mates. They have to back off the point and kind of wait for them to push in, especially with these Symmetra turrets. Now, it's all on Hitori here. They have to get this shatter and use it as quick as they can whilst keeping the rest of their team alive.
Those 2 swings are going to be able to get him the thing. By the looks of it, he does manage to get 3 into the back line. He gets it past the right shield, I don't know how. By the looks of it, Trust Me is going to go into the back line, clean up the McCree, and then move on to the Rhine, and then punch the Lucio square in the jaw, as he then moves on to the Sigma. That was a great combination of ults there. A stun into the back line, but wait, the fight that's over. Both Symmetras are going to fall. Trust Me gets a pick onto the Baptiste, and by the looks of it, it goes into the hands of Pachimari Arcade.
Yeah, finally, that was a little bit of a drawn-out fight, and we finally got Arcade up to 99% on the point as well. But trust me, on this Doomfist, doing so much work, and they don't have any ultimates they can combo with the Doomfist ultimate here, so it might not be doing as much work as they can, but it means they can go so aggressive. So we're going to see Trust Me here going for the punch and going aggressive.
Oh, exactly like you said. I'm surprised he got that aggressive. He managed to find a pick. Oh my god! That was an absolute disintegration. That was a meteoric attack from Pachimari Arcade Academy there. They absolutely rolled through the back line.
Ghost Dragon on this Reinhardt, doing so much damage. We can see Hitori attempt to touch, and Trust Me is going to be able to get the touch as well, but not for very long. I think this is probably going to be it.
Yeah, and when you're fighting on point, it's impossible to see 9 as he finds a pick onto the Tracer, and the rest of the team is going to fall. That was disgusting, that attack there. Did you see how quickly every member of Pachimari Arcade fell?
Yeah, and that was all off the back of Ghost Dragon again getting the shadows. Both of these Reinhardts doing so much work on this really aggressive tank, using their shatters as much as they can. We saw Hitori going just around Ghost Dragon's shield the fight before, and Ghost Dragon somehow, I'm not sure exactly what happened, I didn't see how it happened, but Ghost Dragon managed to get a shatter onto 4 of Pachimari Arcade, and well, we saw what happened. Everyone was down so quickly.
Yeah, they died so quickly. I didn't even notice a shatter got used there. They just evaporated away like that. They just
Thanos
turned
snapped, and that was
north.
it.
Yeah, through. We're actually going to see Pachimari Arcade on the double shield.
Yeah, so the double shield here is not going to be able to get to point, whereas trust me, so they're going to be able to spam in, but on the other side of Academy, they're on point quite safe and sound and ready. So the double shield, they're going to have to push into a Reinhardt and Winston comp, which is a little bit of an odd one.
I think it's known as Bulldozer. By the looks of it, they're trying to back up as much as possible as Trust Me gets some damage into the back line. She's already got that barrage, and point has only just become available to be capped. The Arisapul's going to come onto point, is not going to find much. As Winston jumps into the back line, Core on that Winston, he's going to go deep. He's still alive somehow, as he just gets cut up by Tarantino right at the end. That was a pretty, convincing fight from Pachimari Arcade there.
Yeah, it was, and it's because the fight went on just that little bit too long. The amount of spam damage coming out from Arcade was eventually going to tear down every single resource, every single defense that Academy could attempt to put up. And obviously, trust me, getting their barrage already, Deceiver's got their high noon. There's so much damage coming out from the 2 DPS players, and the only thing on the other side they've got is the nano. I think they'll want to do a dry fight here, just try and get out the ultimate, try and get out the barrage, something like that from Arcade.
We'll see. Well, by the looks of it, Pachimari Arcade is gonna use the nano onto one of their heroes. I'm not quite sure who used it. Hitori's gonna find a pick onto the McCree, as but Tarantino finds a similar pick onto the Mercy. The res comes out from Karma onto Trust Me. That fire is back in the play, and Hitori's gonna, finish off the Ana there. A pretty convincing fight, and convincing second fight there.
Yeah, and these second fights, they're almost always going to be a guaranteed win, because the team that's on the point, the team that won the fight previously, they have more ultimates, and we saw that here. They only need to use the barrage, and Tom, they used the nano boost, but there was no way they were going to win that fight with the amount of ultimates on the other side. But look at that pick.
That's a huge pick. That's a lot of their sustain gone. Well, I say that, but Resurrection is an ability that exists, and Tarantino gets brought back up from the grave as Deceiver finds a pick onto the Sigma.
Yeah, and that's just going to be it. We just want to see Academy regroup here a little bit. They got an ultimate out, which is good. That's useful. But there's going to be 4 ultimates in the next fight. Trust me, they're going to get another barrage as well. So really, they have to rely on Hero here. They have to start to win this fight, because this is last fight territory. Hero has to get this duplicate and get someone big with it.
By the looks of it, the Echo is going to go on that right flank. He's going to try and poke down the fire a little bit. That window is open, so that's no space they have to be able to push onto the point. The window goes over, and that poke damage is going to be able to get that hero the copy. He's going to copy the fire, actually, and by the looks of it, he's going to try and destroy that bongo placed by the Orisa. The barrage becomes available to him, but man, don't you know, it's basically a suicidal ult. He's going to get immediately killed out of his barrage and out of the Echo copy. As the overtime is going to start to tick down, we're going to see if anyone's going to be able to touch, but I very much doubt it, as the overtime ticks to nothing, and there it is. Pachimari Arcade are going to take out the map.
Yeah, and obviously this is to be expected a little bit, purely just because of the difference in SR, the fact that one of them is the Academy team, but we will see this player of the game come up from Ghost Dragon. I'm imagining this was the one that you were talking about, the one where everyone just got absolutely disintegrated, and here it is.
Let's have a look. Oh my god.
And with one single swing of the hammer, it takes out 3 people as well. That's, I don't want to say MTD, because obviously they didn't win the match, but that was absolutely beautiful. And honestly, it must be quite upsetting for those on Academy, because if they hadn't C9'd on Garden, they would have won.
Yes, I was just about to mention that. This series could have gone so differently had, they just had that control to just, touch points. If they just had someone to guarantee it, just contest it and get into overtime so they could cap it out. I think we've got a series on our hands, Echo.
Yeah, we do. This is lined up to be really exciting, and whilst we still try and get you back onto or your camera working again, hopefully we'll go to a quick little break whilst we get that sorted, and we'll be right back in a minute or two.
hello and welcome back, and you should welcome me back because here I am. We managed to fix the camera issues, quite decent timing as well. We just saw that first match on Lijiang versus Arcade and Arcade Academy. What were your opinions on that first match between the teams?
Honestly, I think Arcade Academy might have played better, except on Night Market. Night Market was a really dominant showing coming out from Arcade, and that was purely off the back of their spam. Really difficult to deal with if you don't know how to do it. And it just Arcade Academy, they never managed to kind of set up properly. They only had 3 real fights in a control round, which is not really long enough to get a lot of work done.
Very true. Are there any standout players for you?
Yeah, I've got to say, so even though Arcade Academy, they are obviously the lower SR team here. They are the ones that are learning. They are below Arcade and in the hierarchy. Right? Arcade is the flagship team of Pachimari Esports. Hero on the Echo was getting so much done. Trust me, obviously we've seen Trust Me before. They were the MVP of I think it was our last tournament. But somehow Hero was just going all the way in, and I don't think they lost an Echo duel against Trust Me that entire time on Gardens.
I'm very surprised at this actually because Trust Me has a bit of a reputation in this org for, coming in last second into a team and absolutely dominating. So I'm very surprised to see that, the Echo duels are very even in this case.
And honestly, I wouldn't even say they're even. I don't think Trust Me even won a duel. I would say that was completely in Hero's favor, the entirety of Garden.
Yeah, I fair enough. A pretty dominant display, if you say so. Yeah, I'm surprised to see, we've seen quite a few varied amounts of comps so far. We saw one for each map on Lijiang. We saw the Brawl, we saw the Poke, we saw the, dive double bubble. Do you think we'll see anything new on King's Row, or...?
Well, this defense coming out from Arcade is interesting, to say the least. I think it definitely can work. We've seen this be played in Overwatch League, not with the Pharaoh, but rather with the Echo, typically. We've seen this kind of thing be played, usually with a long-range hit scan as well. So it's a little bit of an interesting defense, but it definitely could work. On the attacking side, it looks like we're going for the Sigma Ball. So neither of these teams wanting to stick... Oh, no, we do have the Reinhardt come in. So we have a more typical comp come out on the attack. This is the kind of thing we see on King's Row. This is very typical, although they've decided to switch back. I think they're just trying to debate us the entire time. So this double shield comp, they're going to want to spam down as much as they can. They have a lot of CC for Hitori here. On this ball, Hitori's going to have a really hard time with their amount of CC and with the Discord Orb coming out from the Spot Hunter too.
Yeah, completely. Both Arisipals are going to get used there. Illuminati gets very low with the Discord. Ball is going to go into the backline, but he's going to get stunned up and pushed away. The attack pushes on. Although they did lose a Zen, that's a lot of their damage gone, but they traded for Arcade's trade, so they're going to get back at similar times, even though Pachimari Arcade spawn doors are a hell of a lot closer.
Yeah, they will, but Academy, they're going to be able to get potentially even a tick here. Hitori's going to want to stop that as much as they can, but they will get a little bit more control, and Hitori falls really early.
There's that Tracer again, right back at the same time as Zen, but like you said, Hitori is gone. That's a lot of their diving potential absolutely eliminated. I say that, but the Tracer doesn't even care, and he gets a pick onto the Zenyatta anyway. That's a lot of their damage completely negated now. The Orisa is going to find a pick onto the Tracer, so he's going to cost them a lot. Karma is going to fall on that Mercy to the enemy Echo, as the Baptiste is going to die as well. I think that's most of the healing completely eliminated for Arcade here. I'm not too sure. I say that, but, the Mercy comes in with that absolutely monumental res, but, they cap it out, and we're going to see a move on to point B.
They do, and this is all off the back of Hero, along with the Discord Orbs coming out on the attacking side. Obviously, they don't have the Discord Orb anymore. A Barrage comes out from Trust Me, but that's not going to find anything at all, and they get taken out as well. So they're going to push through Arch here really early, and then the side of Arcade, they're losing a lot of map control here.
A lot of map control. I would have thought it would just be better than to just swap to Brawl at this point, because they've lost the high ground potential from point A. It's going to be very difficult to, set up your Orisa in the correct positions.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Defending on these Streets phase maps is so tricky. And for some reason, trust me, they're still sticking with the Pharaoh, even though they use the Barrage there. Hitori's going to come in behind as well, going in for a little bit of dive with that Tracer potentially. But other than that, there we go. We see the mines come out.
Yeah, the copy is going to come out onto the Wrecking Ball as he gets a nice 4-man slam. Hitori is going to find a pick onto the Bongo, as well as Tarantino gets a pick onto the copy. No players are dead at this moment, but a lot of their, support is going. Hitori is, trust me, is going to get taken out by that Echo, just like you said, but he's going to cost him with his life. But I say again, because the Mercy coming in with the res once again, just bringing them back from the death. Arista and both the tank line of Arcade is just going to fall here, and a pause is going to come out.
Yeah, it looks like that Karma has DC'd again. Obviously, so this is the main support of Arcade. This happened just briefly at the start of Lijiang Tower, and it's happened again now. Maybe there's something to do with their internet or their PC. We will get that taken a look at and get back to the game as quick as possible. But you mentioned Spud Hunter a couple of times, first on Lijiang and again now with the reses and Spud Hunter on the Mercy. They're keeping themselves alive. They're coming back in, getting all these reses and keeping their team alive, doing so much damage. Honestly, they're subtly carrying here.
Yeah, I'd say it is a bit of a support diff when, one team has a Mercy and the other team has a DC. So, we're not quite in Overwatch 2 yet, so Arcade's strategy of having one player leave the lobby might not work out for them all the way in this series.
No, but it is less ult charge going to the other side, right? So
Very true. You can't get picked if you're not in the lobby. Simple as
yeah,
that.
exactly. Karma's just going for a no-death speedrun of King's Row by the looks of it. Anytime they almost die, they just DC and then that's it. But we are going back into the game, and obviously that was a one fight. Deceiver's going to fall quite late on in the fight as well. And honestly, this is probably going to get pushed all the way through Streets phase, and they're going to have almost 5 minutes to push through last point here. And last point is a little bit trickier. The Orisa can get set up, and especially with their double shield comp, a little bit nicer. So we're going to want to see them set up, get ready, and prepare for the attack, because the attack here, well, there we go.
Well, there it was, chat. The res is going to get completely denied by Trust Me, really showing his colours right now on the Pharah. He's not had that much impact so far throughout this game, but maybe he can go through with that game-breaking barrage here. Maybe we see a nice little 3k come out onto the backline. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing we're going to want to be able to see, and we do have now Deceiver onto this Ashe, and I like this a lot better. We've got so much more spam coming out with the Ashe, and especially with that Dynamite as well. People are going to have to use a lot more resources to heal their team up, and the double shield comp is difficult to push with, especially into this much spam, but we see the ult come out from core.
It's going to be big as well. It's going to find a complete pick onto Trust Me as he just gets beamed down. By the looks of it, the res is going to be attempted by Karma. But unfortunately, just like his Pharah before him, he's going to get completely flattened and just removed and sent back to spawn. I wonder if we're going to contest in this final stage.
Yeah, we're going to get a contest, but it's not going to do as much work as they want. Trust me, they're going to have to come out big on this barrage, and you can already see them looking for it.
Yeah, by the looks of it, he's going to decide to... No, there's no... Oh, he manages to get up, though. He misses the Kong, and he's just going to fall off the map. No, that was a tiny bit of a throw from Trust Me there. He falls off the map into the streets below London. Tom is going to try and get, any value he can on this Baptiste, but he's just going to have to back up by the looks of it. The defense is going to actually sustain itself here, and we're going to see a continuation of this defense.
Yeah, that was honestly a little bit of a misplay from Trust Me, but it came out. The rest of the team came out quite well, and they didn't have to use, I don't think, any ultimates to be able to hold that, which actually is really good coming out from this defense. So on the attacking side, we're going to want to see them push, but a little bit slowly. They want to try and build up, or they want to try and get out some of the ultimates from the defending team here, and go for a little bit of a dry push.
Yeah, there's one of them straight away. Illuminati is going to use that Gravitic Flux very early on, as the Sigma is going to come out from the Echo copy. He's going to take complete control of this high ground. But not entirely, because Trust Me is actually going to fly up just a little bit and just completely remove him from the game. That Sigma is no longer on the side of Pachimari Arcade Academy. The Ashe Deceiver is actually going to try and take out the enemy Echo with the help of Trust Me. He's going to find that finishing pick onto him, as now they just have to back out and reset.
Yeah, and we see the barrage come up from Trust Me as well. It doesn't actually get anything, but they're going to get rezzed up, so it's not the end of the world for them.
Oh no.
That is, though.
By the looks of it, Illuminati is only like the last bastion of this frontline defense right now. There's the Mercy and I think that's the Ashe. It's the only people alive. Karma is going to pop that Valkyrie to try and keep Illuminati in that fight, but when he's surrounded by 6 players, there's not a whole lot of, that extra 10 heals that Valkyrie provides is going to do. She's going to try and follow back into the backline as Arissa's Bongo is going to come out and he's going to start playing the drums. Doomfist is going to go into the backline. By the looks of it, he's going to jump into the top left. Ashley's going to fall into the backline, but he doesn't care. McCree's going to come in and have his back, and he completely takes out, trust me, onto that Doomfist. Deceiver's going to fall to the Echo, and by the looks of it, they're just absolutely being destroyed. Illuminati is going to be the last one on point, but it's just going to get capped out.
Yeah, it is, and that was all off the back of slightly too aggressive play coming out from Arcade. They wanted to go really aggressive. They wanted to keep that aggressive corner hold, and that just didn't work out well for them. Obviously, they wanted to get the res off on Trust Me, but I think Karma would have been safe there. Oh, it's not so Karma. Spud Hunter, sorry. Would have been safe getting that res anyway. So honestly, they didn't need to hold that aggressive, and they lost 2 people because the amplification matrix came out from the side of Academy, and it just worked better. The Baptiste straight up DPS through it, and that's a lot of damage coming out when you got the amplification matrix.
Yeah, I think the attacking team actually managed to turn their defense around on their head, because Arcade Academy just backed up into that room as Pachimari Arcade, the main team, overinvested ults and overextended, and it meant that most of the squishy heroes pushed past the tank line, and they just got completely, ulta forward. They just got removed from the game effectively.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and honestly, we've got to see it slightly. I'm not sure I like this attack coming out from them either. They're really relying on Trust Me, potentially a little bit too much. There's obviously we've got the hit scan of Morin, and we've got Hero on the Echo as well. There's a lot here that can deal with Trust Me, and they're gonna have to be really careful and play really cleverly to be able to make this Pharah work on the attack.
Not to mention Tom on that Baptiste. I haven't seen a whole lot from him because, he's kind of in the back line, making sure everything stays correctly. But maybe we'll see some DPS Baptiste onto that Trust Me, the Far Mercy combo.
Oh, that is a really nice pull onto core, and they get taken out because of it. That was huge from Ghost Dragon, or sorry, from Hitori, and that was just it. They're down 1 player already, and Deceiver's low too.
Deceiver's very quickly going to fall as he just dies to some random poke damage thrown in from the Echo. A bit of an artillery strike. Trust Me is going to try and go deep onto this McCree. He performed a bit of a vanishing act because Hitori just completely lost him. Trust Me is going to find that pick onto the McCree, and now without any counters, he's just going to have free reign of the point.
Yeah, honestly, Hitori. Oh, we're going into a quick another pause as well. Sorry about this. It seems like both of the teams are struggling just a little bit with some games potentially. Obviously, so we were on the side of on the attacking side with Arcade, and the pull come up from Hitori, and the combo with Illuminati as well with the accretion. That was just absolutely it destroyed core. They got pulled off of the high ground, slammed by the accretion, and that's it. You can see they're on 11% ult charge, and they're a minute into this round. That's obviously, all they could do was die there and come back, and they just died again to Trust Me.
I think maybe if he, had his shield in, as backup, to prevent against any CCs like that Sigma accretion. But unfortunately, I guess he just didn't have it available to himself. So when he got pulled down off the high ground, he didn't have many tools to protect himself from that attacking team. And point A quite quickly lost to the attacking team.
Yeah, really quickly lost, and I guess I was wrong to not trust Me on this Pharah. They've got a lot of work done on this attack so far, and Tarantino, they've almost built up an amplification matrix on this attack as well with 82%, and that's going to be crucial for the streets phase because there's so many long corridors, and if they really need to on this attacking side, they can definitely make the most of it by putting it down one of these long corridors, down these streets, and it's really going to be really difficult for Academy to move out the way of it.
Well, let's see if you're right as we go back into the game. Trust Me is going to try and push up and take as much space as possible. But I don't think, go on.
They don't have their Mercy with them here, and that's a little bit dangerous because they don't want to go too aggressive, because unless Tarantino is an absolute god with these Baptiste right clicks, I don't know if they'll be able to get much healing, and Mercy currently is just hanging around on the cart, keeping it pushing forward.
Which is fair play, because you do need someone to be on that point to get it moving. It's a boring job, but it's a job that must be done in this team.
Yeah, sadly, and it almost always comes down to the main support. As a main support player, I really dislike it. But look at that pick come out onto Hero. That's really nice, and the res is coming out too, but a little bit risky.
Bloodhunter is actually going to find that, a very confident res, just like he said, it was a lot of risk to do, but maybe he trusted in his team, his off tank to protect them. He's going to use a lot of his abilities to try and kill that his, counter-air counterpart in this streets phase, where he doesn't manage to find a pick onto the Pharah. We're actually going to see two Pharahs, both on both academy teams, both arcade teams, I should say, as the barrage becomes available to the Echo copy. We're going to see he gets used it in quite a safe position, very conservative barrage right there. I think that was probably the best play you could have done there, because it's a very scary ult to use. That Aris is going to get quite low, but he's going to use his abilities to be able to get out. The Echo is actually going to fall to the Ash. I'm very surprised to see that. We'll maybe see this barrage get used here to just cut through the shields. He's going to go deep, and he's going to find 3! He's going to find 2, both. The Mercy and I think McCree is going to fall. Tarantino is going to kind of pick onto his counterpart of the Baptiste, and Hitori is going to find a pick onto his mirrored Orisa on the enemy team. That was an aggressive dive from the Pharah there.
It was, but again, Hitori, people don't talk about Orisas enough, because obviously Orisa maybe not the most fun hero for a lot of people in the game. It can be a lot of fun, especially with the pulls, and Hitori's pulls have been so on point every single time. Trust me, they knew they could go in for that barrage because Hitori had just pulled the McCree back, and they knew the McCree would die there. That was brilliant play.
Speaking of Hitori, he's going to drop that bongo and allow Illuminati to take that up angle to try and get a good Grivetic Flux. It was big, but by the looks of it, the only thing it's going to grant them is, the enemy Baptiste to get their window up quicker, because it didn't find any picks, and that damage that it dealt is going to just become ult charge for Tom on that Baptiste.
And not only that, it actually gave Murin the opportunity to do a flying high noon. It can be high noon in space as well, I guess, and Murin really made the most of that Grivetic Flux's space that they created.
It's high noon somewhere in the world, as McCree often says. Core is going to try and take this off angle onto the high ground. He's going to be sat in this little cubby little window, just trying to put pressure onto the back line here. The pull's going to come out, and the McCree isn't going to find much damage to be done. But trust me, he's going to find a pick, but not onto the correct team. He's going to actually kill himself on this Pharah. Unfortunate to say the least.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, I guess a little bit of a misplay, but it's fine, because they'd already lost to Siva at that point anyway, so they wanted to back off, and hey, it's slightly less ult charge going over the other way, right? But on this attacking side now, we have 3 big ultimates, and almost a 4th one as well, come out on the attacking side. All of these could potentially win them the fight.
A lot of players coming around from this window as Trust Me tries and take it with his Mercy Pocket. A lot of Arcade Academy are going to fall right now as the res comes out from Karma onto Hitori, so the Orisa is back into play, and we're going to see them push them up to the end at the very least.
Yeah, they're going to push all the way up, and there's going to be a really close contest. Trust me, maybe looking for a close barrage here as well. We're going to see Ghost Dragon on the ball, attempt to try and touch and contest the point as long as possible, but that was a shot.
That was one hell of a shot, I'll admit. That was a brilliant barrage coming out from Trust Me there. As he finds a double hit onto the Mercy Valkyrie trying to get out of point, he says no. He says get back into that spawn because you are not allowed to touch point right here. That was
oh my god,
brilliant.
that was... Yeah, I love it, the aggressive play, because at that point you need to win quickly, you need to stop people from touching, and they knew that Ghost Dragon was coming on the other side on that Wrecking Ball to touch point. Trust me, they trusted their teammates to get everything done, and on the other side, they got rid of 3 people through the spawn doors, and it worked so well because none of them could touch point, and at the end of the day, this is an objective-based game, so they managed to cap it with 3 minutes 17. That's a long time to push.
I have a feeling Arcade Academy know this is an objective-based team after that loss on Lee Jiang coming off of the C9. What do you think we're going to see from this defense here?
I mean, they're probably going to try and run the same kind of thing, because obviously it worked pretty well for them. They put Hitori back on the Orisa rather than the Wrecking Ball on the defense. I prefer this. I think this is a lot safer. The Wrecking Ball, it worked a little bit, but all the stuns, all of the CC coming out from the side of Academy, it put Hitori under a lot of pressure, and playing the more spam-based Orisa, I think that's the better option, and I quite like it. We've obviously seen all of these people playing on these heroes previously, and it's worked really well. On the attacking side, this is going to be tricky. It's all off the back of Hero making sure that they can get as much work as they can done on this Echo.
By the looks of it, he's going to have that Mercy Pocket at his side once again. As the damage boost comes out and he's going to break that Orisa shield holding point. We're going to see if he's going to try and take any off angles here. By the looks of it, he is. He's going to try and fall back as he watches his team get halted up all together, and a big dynamite comes out onto both of the tanks and one of the squishies.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of work being done by this Dynamite. Deceiver getting quite a lot of ult charge, especially compared to the hit scan on the attacking side. The defense really making the most of the position that they've got set up, and really, it's just we're waiting for Tom. Once Tom's got this amplification matrix, the attacking side, they're gonna be really, really strong here on this point.
Very true. It's kind of a race to see whose tank line can feed the most and just give that Baptista's ult. By the looks of it, Pachimari Academy Arcade are going to win that battle, but he's being very conservative with his window. He pulls it just a little bit back than it maybe should have been, but I mean, just like you said, that's going to get them so much space onto that point as the Orisa tries and flanks around the window, but you know, the McCree's just taking angles on those people and still getting value on that window. Court is going to try and finish off this Baptiste, but with that Mercy Pocket, it's going to be very difficult for him to do that. The both supports are down for Arcade Academy as Pachimari Arcade are going to, you know, keep point A.
Yeah, and they're gonna keep it because of Deceiver. No one has contested them this entire time. They took out the Mercy of Spud Hunter really quickly, and they took out the Echo, and then someone else as well later in the fight. Deceiver has free reign, and they've got a Bob. There's so many ultimates, 6 ultimates on the defending side in their last fight situation here.
I'm very surprised. We're actually going to see the Reinhardt come out, so that's quite interesting. As trust me, it's going to get taken out by the McCree. I'm not even sure what that McCree was. He was in the trees, he was in the walls. The rest is going to come out, and trust me, his mistake is going to get...
No! Again!
Score.
Can we all take a moment of silence?
Yeah, a moment of
The
silence,
C9s of the
please.
world.
The letters, the numbers, they are all coming out today. And honestly, I do think at the end of the day, Academy weren't going to win that fight.
Yeah.
The barrage came from Trust Me. It killed a lot of people just as the C9 happened, just as no one touched the point anyway. I don't think they were going to win. But it was another devastating C9 because obviously there's the potential that it could work. That they could have won even with the barrage coming out from Trust Me. I don't think they would have, so I don't think that one is as big as Garden. But it does show a little bit of maybe communication issues coming out on the side of Academy.
Yes, like you said before, whilst we were on, you know, stage B, it usually is the job of the main support to be able to contest. I think maybe Spud Hunter is getting, you know, a bit conflicted as to whether he should stay with his Echo or, you know, contest the point and get it into overtime. But like you said, it was unlikely that they were going to win that fight. But we are going to see a winner and a loser for Kings Row because they did manage to get a tick in that first fight, which means there is no chance of a draw for Kings Row.
Yeah, and this is it. This could be it. This could be where Pachimari Arcade Academy get knocked down to the 3rd place match later on today. If they can get, 44% on this point, which honestly, that's quite doable. And we've got a Brawl composition on the defense. They're not going to be able to deal with this Farah very well, especially with only a Hanzo and a McCree.
You say that as the diva, and you know, the McCree is actually going to push away that Farah. She's not going to be able to take that off angle she really wants. She is going to be on that left side from the rest of the team as the Lucio is going to try and get into position to maybe boop down. And just like I said, Illuminati is going to fall into the backline. We're going to see if they're going to want to go any aggro at this point. And
Yeah,
actually,
and they've lost their Lucio.
that's very... I'm surprised at that. They must have been some miscommunication issues there. As the Lucio just kind of got rolled away. As trust me, is going to fall on that Farah later on though.
Yeah, actually, Murin is doing really good work on the McCree to keep that Farah really busy. I was expecting a lot more aggression coming out from the spam composition to kind of force the defense of the Brawl to look in 2 different directions, because that's where Brawl composition really struggles, is when they have to be really split. And Karma getting staggered out as well, trying to fight back to their Farah.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. It's not what you like to see. The anti-nade is going to come up onto the tank line as Hitori on the Orisa and Illuminati on the Sigma are going to quickly fall. This is looking like a decent defense.
Yeah, the defense is working really well. They're now getting to the point where they can start to cycle their ultimates. They've got the McCree ult, they've got this Shatter as well, and this is where it gets to start really good for them. But the attacking side, they know they've got another minute and 40 seconds. They can build up all 6 ultimates. The defense, they're going to have to use at least 1 or 2 ultimates to hold them off here. So it's all going to be off the back of these ultimates. Who can win? Who can play more aggressive? I want to see Trust Me going more aggressive at this point, because the aggression is what's worked before. I want to see them play with confidence.
Taking those off angles and taking those off angles aggressively on the Pharah is how you play against this Brawl. We're going to see the Bob get thrown onto point. I think he's not going to quite be contesting. I'm not sure where he ended up actually. Tarantino on the Ana is going to get completely destroyed, but McCree is out of the fight completely. This means Pharah has so much potential to just completely pop off and rapture through this defense. The Mercy is going to be following him as he's just going to find a nice little direct onto one of the supports, but that plus extra healing is going to be able to survive the Ana through that Pharah dive. Not finding as many picks as she would have liked, and in fact Deceiver on the Ashe is going to be completely removed from this fight. The Dragon comes out and the Diva dives, and Trust Me is just going to get completely pushed away, you know, down the drains with him.
And at this point, they're struggling so much. And Trust Me switched over the Hanzo to try and get something done because the Pharah obviously wasn't working. We've got 3 ultimates on the defense going into last fight, and they just need to win 1 fight on the attack. They just need to win this 1 fight, take these off angles, and use all the ultimates that they've built up.
That is all they need. We're going to see the Griffitic Flux at the High Noon, but the High Noon, your clock's wrong, mate, as he gets completely removed out of the fight. Tarantino is going to fall onto the Baptiste. The Diva Mech is going to absolutely take out the Bongo, as well as the Orisa. Her music's gone, she's got no reason to be alive anymore, and she just goes and falls down. The res from Karma is going to find its way onto Tarantino, as the Illuminati is going to find the D-Mech onto Diva. He got a pick previously with that remake, so we're going to see if he can repeat that success. Lucio is going to fall, but, you know, Baby Diva's going to go completely removed, and there it is. The last possible fight they could have taken. Pachimari Arcade are going to win out this series in a not so convincing 2-0.
Yeah, we saw this before as well in the last time we saw an academy team against their main team. But let's have a look at this Baptiste play of the game as well. This was the moment that allowed them to push aggressively through with this amplification matrix. Just look at this aggression and this shot that they've managed to get hit onto so many people there. So much damage.
Yeah, very true. That was a great use of window there, and it really did punish the defending team who pushed up just a tiny bit too much. What a great series.
Yeah, a brilliant series. We saw Academy do so good, and they're not out of our tournament yet. They will be going down to our 3rd place game later on today. That's what we'll be seeing next in just about 15 minutes or so. But for now, I just want to congratulate Arcade for beating their Academy team, and, you know, maybe their coaches, they've got a little bit to look at, because I don't think it should have been that close.
Yeah, thing is, at the higher ranks, for some reason, especially in the European region, SR starts to matter a little bit less, which is not really what you expect and not what you see from other regions such as NA and Korea, where usually you expect skill is an exponential sort of ramp up. But for some reason, Europe, it's not, and it sort of matter less at those higher ranks, especially in GM. And we saw it here as the Arcade team really struggled against their, you know, their little brother on that Academy team. So I'm honestly surprised.
Yeah, yeah, you're exactly right, and it was a really fun game to watch. We'll be right back with an interview in a couple of minutes with one of the players from Arcade.
I'll see you then.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the broadcast. We've got myself and Goon, and with us we have Hitori.
Hello, I'm the main thing from Pachimari Arcade.
And yeah, we just saw you beat your academy team in a 2-0, which is obviously nice to see for you, obviously as the main tank. How does it feel to kind of beat your academy team? Have you played against them before?
No, we didn't. They wanted to warm up against us, but they didn't got like 6 men together, so it didn't
Mhm.
work out. So that's the first time we played against them.
That's quite surprising, actually, because by the look of it, they had, a lot of your strategies figured out, but, you kind of just won off of that skill gap. What I really want to know about is, what were you and your team thinking when they had that C9 on Li Jiang?
Well, we were like still calling, and then we were like, okay, they're just not touching, I guess. So that was our comms.
Fair enough. I mean, what can you say in that situation?
Yeah.
There's not really much you can do, but they're not touching.
So we've got a question from Twitch chat, and I'm assuming it's from someone from another one of the games going on at the moment. Will you go ball next match and 1v1 this person?
I don't know. We'll say how it comes, I would say.
Classic. Not giving away any of your strategies, not to the enemy team at least.
Keeping it all hidden.
Well, it's mostly like, yeah, do we go this or this? And then we're like, yeah, let's just go this.
Okay.
So yeah, no strategies.
You just kind of play and hope for the best.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean,
So we play.
to be fair, it has worked because you did manage to get that 2-0 onto the academy team. So, if it's not broken, why fix it?
I mean, yes, but there's also the thing that we aren't even full roster. So like with Trustby that is subbing in for the tournament, and Tarantino that is like as well subbing in. So it's just like, yeah, it's kind of hard to get strategies when you just have different people most of the time.
Very true.
Yeah, absolutely. This is probably actually all the time that we have for an interview right now. So thank you for coming along. Is there anything you want to give a shout? Anyone you want to give a shout out to, or anything you want to say out onto the broadcast?
Not really. Just have a good day, I guess.
Well, I'm sure everyone will thank you for that. Thank you for coming on for the interview. And we can't wait to see you play in the grand finals later today. For now, we will head to a quick break on the broadcast side, and we'll pass over onto the next set of casters with Goon and Toasty. I think it is in about 5 minutes' time.
I'll see you then. Hello and welcome back. We've just come off of, the Battle of the Arcade teams there, and we are now going to be seeing the third place battle right now. This is going to be between Poetic Chaos and the team we've just seen, Arcade Academy. Both of these Pachimari teams have put up quite a battle in their respective matches from where they came on from within the bracket. Do you have any favourites for this, Toasty?
Not particularly. I mean, I wasn't there for the first game where we obviously saw Poetic Chaos play, but I was there for the Arcade Academy game where, there was a good few bright spots for them. Murin, Core, players like that who were really good at just their specific roles. For example, in the off-tank, Core was just really holding down the front line well. You had people like Murin as well who were really well contesting the enemy Pharah. So if we do see Murin back on that McCree, that's a style I think Academy could benefit from. So I definitely like them in this series. Having no knowledge on Poetic Chaos, I can't make any specific calls as to who would win, but I'm confident in Arcade Academy here.
So am I, to be honest. I do think that Arcade Academy have that slight edge, so I completely agree with you on that front. Their tank line is quite effective with Ghost Dragon and Core being those, that front line for their team, protecting their back line. So I can respect this lineup that they're coming out with on Arcade.
Yeah, for sure, and of course Lijiang, our first map as always. It's a very spammy map. You're going to be seeing a lot of DPS play come into this with the spam, the picks off you can get at the start. So we'll see what these teams roll out with.
Yeah, and we're about to see it in 3, 2, 1.
Interesting.
So, okay, I'm assuming that Arcade Academy are going to change up their roster off of the Genji, by the looks of it they already have.
Yeah.
Both teams opting in for this Sigma. I'm not a major fan of this because I prefer to go, I'll play a lot faster, and with the Sigma it's more of a pokey style kind of brawl where you take down as much of the enemies, sustain as you can before you actually run into them with that speed boost provided from the Lucio.
Yeah, we'll see what happens though. The Sigmas are there just for the extra shielding, just for the spam as well. The see Ghost Dragon here, rotate onto point, just take that point present, so end up having to be Poetic Chaos that are kind of on their back foot, waiting and poking around for a pick potentially. As Hero actually goes down quite low early on, so that'll be the go signal for Cal to just walk in there slowly, and then there's a pickoff. Brilliant. Esto gets that one off onto Spud Hunter, and without a Lucio there, it's going to be hard for Ghost Dragon to engage whatsoever. A good pickoff there from Cadroy as well. Esto traded out, however, so it is, it's kind of maybe a turning point in this team fight, but the point presence is there for Poetic Chaos, and they'll probably get a cap up, but there is stalls here. You get Spud Hunter back on the Lucio, and Windfall goes down as well. Murin coming over pick here, like I was saying, a good player, but Tom gets taken down by the Matrix Fire Strike, and that's pretty good. That'll mean that Ghost Dragon can't be kept alive.
This fight is lasting forever, and by the looks of it, the Sim Beams are going to get charged on the side of Murin there, and he managed to find 2. This is kind of up in the air.
It really is. I mean, the tire was used there as well. Taffy Eagle taking down the Immortality Field with that one, but it finally looks like Arcade Academy, they get that re-engaged through with just a good few picks.
Yeah, very much so. Early on, we saw the Sigma take an off angle, which I'm not a massive fan of the Sigma full stop, but I mean, off angles is what he does. A nice combination there.
Yeah, exactly. Give them a taste of their own medicine, getting that Matrix Fire Strike through, and everyone on Poetic Chaos can't walk in yet. Of course, it is a Junkrat who will be back pretty soon, and Tom going down just a bit out of position there. That is tragic for the side of Arcade Academy, and the wall is used here by Esto to try and get the engage through. There's just so much shielding all over the point right now. Tire comes through from Hero. It's going to see if it can find something in the back line, and it does. It catches Raka and Taffy Eagle. That is gigantic.
My god. Yeah, this Junkrat is getting so much value. He ends up getting a nice little 4K throughout that fight. We're going to see them push up to the spawn doors here. I think that fight was won off the fact that Murin got a much more effective sim wall, and it just let Arcade Academy push up a lot more aggressively than Poetic Chaos.
Murin was able to slice up that point with the sim wall. A very powerful ultimate considering how much shielding it gives you, especially when you're playing a spam composition like this. Now we'll see the Flux engaging here from Kawaii. See if it finds anything. Actually takes Spud Hunter down quite low as a Shatter misses for Ghost Dragon, so Murin goes down as well. 2 players out now for Arcade Academy, and they're just going to try and hold on to this point as long as they can, but Sony picks going through, it's not going to happen.
A bit of a whiff there coming out from Ghost Dragon, as now they really do have that disadvantage in terms of ults. For the defense, for Poetic Chaos, they have, Windfall's Beat on the Lucio, they've got Caldoroy's Shatter with Rhine, and very soon they're going to have that Tire coming available for them. And they don't really have many ults except for the window from Tom.
And that could be a bright spot for them. See what happens here. The rock actually comes through onto the Reinhold there, so Ghost Dragon has to play super carefully. We're going super aggro now, as the beat has to be used from Windfall to keep them alive. Amplification Matrix from Tom goes a bit wide, so not going to catch anything there. But Ghost Dragon now has the opportunity to push up. Slam comes through, misses there for Caldoroy, so a bit of a whiff on their side. But they'll still just meet each other at this corner. The Tire comes through as well from Taffy Eagle. It catches 3. That is massive.
That was huge, man. Maybe a bit of an overinvestment of ults for the defense, but I mean, when you get 3k like that, I mean, might as well go for it and get a nice clip. We saw Mjoring use the sim wall at the same time as Beat there. I'm not too sure if that was, the play to make there, but I mean, we're gonna see how this attack goes further on as the Tire comes out.
Hero's been good with this Tire thus far. They get the TP into the backline with it, but it does get blocked up by Caldoroy there still on a sliver of HP, so that will give an opportunity now for Arcade Academy to start pressing the aggression forward. We're on 70% right now, and a pause is being called out in chat, so kind of a precarious position now for both these teams.
Yeah, very much so. We did see some aggressive plays coming out from both teams there. I'm like, except for the Sigma on both teams, both teams have decided to opt in for that off-angling Sigma, where you just send him onto the flanks and put in damage onto the backline or onto the shields, and just poke them out as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you were mentioning, obviously, how you're going to be off-angling with that Sigma. You're going to be waiting out for that spam. And I definitely think that's what these teams are going for. You get, people like Kawhi and Core just taking the kind of wide angles and then letting the Reinhardts just walk in on each other and hoping they get the rocks through the accretions or just the extra shielding to prevent the enemy from Junkrat from doing anything. And I definitely think Hero's been getting the better of that duel, I will admit.
Yeah, very much so. We do see a few ults available for, this attacking team. It is on 70% for both teams. It's probably going to be last fight territory by the end of this fight for team Poetic Chaos. So, all they have to do is just not invest any ults this fight. Not that they have them. The only ult they have available is that Sigma's Gravitic Flux. All they have to do is not invest that beat, or not invest that ultimate, and then just come in with, 4 or 5 ultimates for the next fight, and then just win out this map. Right now, Arcade Academy really does have that ult advantage. They've got Core's ult with the Gravitic Flux, they've got Ghost Dragon's Shatter, and they've got the beat available, and the next fight they will have Window as well.
Yeah, I mean, the
There is
longer that
no
you...
chance they lose this fight.
Yeah, there's no chance, and the longer kind of that Poetic Chaos can draw this out, the better it is, because the more percentage they get, the better the re-engage will be, the more ultimates and ult charge they gain, again, the better the next fight will be. So right now, they're just playing to kind of waste time, get capture percentage, because Esto obviously was the one that DC'd, and that's their Symmetra, who was building up to that sim wall. So if no sim wall to be had in the next fight, you're really just looking to play slow now and stall out that point.
I think maybe Overwatch 2 has come early for us, because we've seen a lot of 5v6s during this tournament. I'm surprised, so many people have DC'd.
Yeah, the devs are experimenting on us.
Yeah, they're trying to get those updates in nice and quick. It's what the community asked for, constant updates. Maybe
Yeah.
not in this kind of format, but I mean,
No, definitely, but
we'll
can't
see.
complain. It's updates. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like the DCs. I mean, the last time obviously it was Arcade Academy that had a couple of DCs. I remember, or at least in that last game. And now we've got the other team, Poetic Chaos, having the DCs. I mean, this is just silly.
I think it's a bit of a curse, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the Pachimari curse. But I mean, as you were saying before, obviously, I mean, this will come down to whether there's a discipline, I suppose, from Poetic Chaos to realize, okay, we're down a player, let's stall it out instead of just taking a fast disengage.
Yeah, very much so. I did mention before that I wouldn't like to see Kawhi use that Gravitic Flux, but honestly, if you use it and then catch Spud Hunter in it, maybe he uses Beat, and I'd say that's a fair, quite a
trade.
fair usage, because This next fight coming up is going to be last fight for both of these teams, and if they have that beat available for him, that is going to be, a big ult to be able to defend in this next upcoming fight. So honestly, Kawaii trading his ult for the beat, I'd be fine with it. I'd be happy. That's a good trade for Team Poetic Chaos.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you get the beat out of the fight, you allow yourself to get a bit more aggression in the next fight because you know the enemy team won't have that beat online. That being said, of course, we will be going to a short break here as we wait for that DC to come back. So we'll see you all in a moment.
Hello and welcome back. Luckily, we did manage to get Esto, the Symmetra player, back into the lobby, so now the game can continue, and we see this 70% on both sides of the point. Counter go for a pin.
Yeah, we're mid-fight here. The Flux comes through from Kawaii. Like you mentioned, it gets traded up for the beat right now. Spud Hunter having to use that, but Ghost Dragon still falls, and Spud Hunter down as well. This is gigantic here. Taffy Eagle with a triple kill. That is huge.
Instant action, man. We're just going to get right into the battle. Ghost Dragon does have this shatter available. It's the only ult on the playing field at all. Winfield is going to get his ult early on in this fight, though.
Oh, that's a huge slam though. Ghost Dragon picks up 3 with it, gets the pin through, but still gets taken down because of it. And there's going to have to be a touch. Spud Hunter there in just the nick of time. And that will allow time for everyone else in Arcade Academy to just re-engage. Amplification Matrix now forces out the beat from Windfall. That is huge. And with Ghost Dragon coming back on the ball as well, it's going to be a fight of 6 here for Arcade Academy. Now it's Taya that has to find something. It manages to catch Core out. And that's your Sigma. That is basically your core as a whole that you need to be sticking around. And you just cannot do that if you're Arcade Academy. And that was just absolute chaos towards the end.
Exactly. Poetic chaos, some may say. The overtime just absolutely slipped out of the hands of Pachimari Arcade there. Academy. A very close first map, though, as we saw two sides on that Brawl composition. I wonder if we're going to see any swap-ups on Gardens as this is our next map that we're going to go into.
I mean, we're being teased at. Of course, the Winston isn't something that's uncommon here, I suppose, is, again, another pause. This is cursed.
It's, yeah, I think someone's, I don't know. There's not a whole lot you can do in this kind of situation, as, it's not really fair to make one team 5v6. We are going to get a little pause in. Stream team is very upset right now.
Yeah, we are
As
100% upset.
I am reporting most of these players, Esto. going on my avoid list. I'm sorry, I've got to say it.
Okay. That's I don't know if you'll be, I don't know what rank you are, if you'll be queuing into them or not, but hey no.
Probably not, given I am awful at the game. But you know,
Aren't we
makes me
all?
feel
Aren't we
better.
all? It's
Makes
the
me feel
pride of being a
better.
caster.
Exactly. I'm allowed to say anything. I'm 4.2. I can say that, doesn't make it correct.
No, yeah, but you can manifest it. You know, you can believe it mentally in your head.
Exactly.
I don't know what's going on here, though. I mean, it was Raka this time that called for the pause, so I'm not sure if they're also DCing. Because if so, then Poetic Chaos, I mean, 2 players that are having internet issues, that's not looking good for them.
This higher bracket has been absolutely besieged by internet issues and just logistical problems that can't really be dealt with.
It's
But
Blizzard.
what
It's
can
Blizzard. They're
what
sabotaging us.
yeah, it's Blizzard. It must be. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, really. At least we can do some analysis of the compositions that both teams
Yeah.
are favouring to run. We're going to see Poetic Chaos and a more Brawl-styled comp with that Symmetra, with the Reinhardt and with the Lucio. And we're going to see Arcade Academy with that double bubble kind of team, that dive kind of composition.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these compositions are particularly uncommon, right? We see a lot of dive on Lijiang God, and we see a lot of that TP to the point style as well, where you just hold it down and wait for the dive to come to you. So it's 2 compositions that aren't unexpected by any means.
Yeah, but they are different compositions, and that is kind of what we need to look at for this map, because double bubble can, if played correctly, absolutely dismantle a good Brawl team. But if, Ghost Dragon on that Winston just overextends just a tiny bit too much, they're going to really struggle to take space off of this Brawl and, make it onto the point.
Yeah,
And I think we're
absolutely.
ready to get back into the game.
Yeah, we are ready to go back in. The the teams are ready. Poetic Chaos, I believe, have fixed whatever issues are riddling their internet right now. So I mean, yeah, and we're getting apologies from the players as well. Sorry, Starstream team is what they're saying, but yeah,
I'll have to
unpause
accept
comes through.
it.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, this is gonna make for a very dynamic matchup, I'd say.
Very much so. I want to see how these two teams interact with, the 2 different playstyles of these comps.
Yeah,
And by
I
looks,
mean, sorry, go on.
but they've actually swapped off Esto to the McCree, but they've still got that Symmetra on the different hero. They're actually opting to teleport out of spawn instead of to the point, which is quite interesting. We might see a battle in White Room here.
Yeah, they're taking that White Room fight, and I don't think that's the best decision ever, but Murin does go down, so a bit of a mispositioning from them. Ghost Dragon kind of forced out, has to engage from a really awkward angle, and bursted down immediately there. Esto finding the pick off there. Despite the rest that came thrown to Murin, I don't think this is winnable now for Arcade Academy. You need your Winston in this double ball composition. Kawaii gets antied up and goes low, but it just isn't enough.
Corey's going to fall to himself, the poor lad. I think Ghost Dragon he had a split second to make a decision to either go in, get ult charge and reset, or potentially, jump out, go to point and get healed up. There's no way he could have known that, Murin on the Tracer was going to get res, so I can see why he made that mistake.
Yeah, of course, it's a very understandable error, especially when you're being ran into by a very fast-paced Brawl team. And now we see an interesting TP coming through here, probably just to get Esto out of the way from that dive, as Ghost Dragon comes in, gets the damage into Raka, takes him out, but Hero is traded out, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and it's going to be very scrappy because of that. Caldroy lets loose that Shatter onto both of the squishies on Arcade Academy, and they do end up falling over. Esto with 3 picks now. The cleanup is so good from this McCree player.
Very much so. A bit of a misuse of Graviton Surge there. I think that was it must have been a misclick, because there was no way. I believe it was a 1v4 at that point.
Panic on misclick, yeah.
Dragon just slip off the edge. He does have that primal though. Although Esto does have that high noon, which can quite clearly counter the 1000 HP that primal grants you. I want to see if he can, manage any boops with this primal.
Let's see if it can happen. I mean, it would be very fun to see as we see the McCree and the Brig swap here, so they're playing a lot more of a defensive style here for Arcade Academy as Winston goes in with that primal, trying to get the boops off, but the bomb comes in, response from Kawaii, gonna try and find something, cannot do so, as once again, Monkey Wild in the back is Ghost Dragon getting taken down, however, and Kawaii with a remake kill. That is gigantic, and it's just gonna end the team fight immediately. They just have to reset because it's 70% in ticking.
Yeah, very much so, but by the looks of it, they're kind of staggering themselves out here. I wouldn't like to see any more ults get used. High Noon's a bit of an exception because I think it is, you know, well known as the worst ultimate in the game, but this is last fight territory. And Windfall has that beat, they have the sim wall, they have a massive ult advantage for this defense.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to have to be a touch here from one of the players of Arcade Academy. It will be Ghost Dragon, potentially, who does get stunned up but stays alive. Trades out now onto the support lines of both teams. Raka, Spud Hunter, both out of this fight, as the ball will just roll around and try and keep themselves alive. Kawaii actually demech there as Murin finds Esto as well. This could be turnable now for Arcade Academy as the Pulse Bomb is invested. Doesn't find anything, but it zones people off. Cowderoy out of position because of that, and the Nano into the Zarya should be enough to clinch this one up.
I'm very surprised by that because the defending team did have a major ult advantage, but they just didn't use half of their ults, you know, guarantee that one fight. Maybe they kind of accepted that, oh, we'll just retake, we'll just build 6 ults up and retake. But, you know, I mean, the whole point of Double Bubble is that it has that, you know, that ultimate rotation advantage over these Brawl compositions, so I'm going to wonder if they can cycle their ultimates efficiently enough to keep them away from that point.
I mean, Koraz has Graviton Surge, so going to need to really outplay Kawaii in making sure they can get that up. Hero in a very long angle there just gets taken down by Raka during that High Noon. Graviton Surge comes out and it doesn't get eaten up, as well as a massive anti-nade onto 3 of the members, but it just doesn't matter. Cowderoy retaliates with a slam, catches 2 with it, and those cleanup kills do come through. It's 99% now, and the overtime is provoked, and it doesn't look like anyone can touch there. Arcade Academy do not manage to win that out, and Poetic Chaos are the victors in that first map.
Yeah, very much. I think maybe though they had a better chance of winning out that overtime if they had a Winston instead of the ball, but the ball did manage to cap them the point and, you know, give them an extra chance. So I can see why he kept on the ball, but the Grav just didn't get the value that was needed, and it's just very unfortunate all around. A very unwinnable fight there, to be honest.
I honestly, you say it's unwinnable. I don't think it is. I think with the 4-man anti-nade that came through there, you know, from Tom, I think it was definitely a winnable fight. I think the follow-up just lacked, you know, with the McCree going down, etc., and all like the chaos that was being caused just by the players that weren't in the Graviton Surge. I think that the players on Arcade Academy weren't able to follow up on that 4-man anti, but a bright spot there was Tom, because I mean, getting a 4-man anti into a Graviton Surge while you're being attacked by a couple of flankers, I mean, that is just brilliant from them.
Yeah, great displays from most of the players, to be honest. Arcade Academy are lacking just a little bit, maybe in the off-tank role, but I believe in them to, you know, be able to pull this back, core, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just get in there and provide value for your team to just be able to win out this series and reverse sweep Poetic Chaos. All you need is 2 maps in a row and you've won.
Yeah, it feels weird to say that there's a reverse sweep with 2 maps to win instead of the usual 3, but it still counts as a reverse sweep, right? And 2 maps isn't exactly a tall order, considering that it's less than the usual amount you'd need in a best of 5, and it's you know, it's just 2 maps out of the 3 you'd be playing overall. As long as Arcade Academy can really use their, well, compositional choice of that dive, right, to their advantage and cause the chaos that comes with it, I think Poetic Chaos, you know, they might actually, you know, the name might become ironic there in the fact that they won't be able to thrive in that chaos.
Yeah, very much so. We did see a lot of chaos on that first map, especially when we came out of that long pause because of the disconnect from Esto.
Yeah.
But we've seen Arcade Academy, you know, produce results against, you know, the Arcade flagship team. So I want to see them replicate the success they saw in that match. Although they lost it, I want them to, you know, keep their standards high and bring those standards that they had in that match to this match right now. We're going to see them go into King's Row. I want to see more of a Brawl style composition. They might favour the poke that they did in the previous match, but only time will tell.
Yeah, certainly, and I think you mentioned a good point there as well about the fact that, you know, Arcade Academy, they put up a really good fight against their parent team in Pachimari Arcade. So if they can put up that kind of performance against Poetic Chaos here, like that reverse sweep that we're talking about, it isn't impossible for them.
Yeah, not at all. It's only 2 maps that they have to win, and King's Row is one of them. King's Row, I say this every time we go into this map, King's Row is the map of EU. It is
Yeah.
a staple map in the ecosystem that is European tier 4, 3, and 2. Often the Brawl gets played with the Reinhardt, with the Lucio, and if there's one thing EU knows how to do, it's how to play Reinhardt and Lucio.
Yeah,
And I want to see it here.
That fast-paced style, it's just if you go against it and you can't play up to that fast pace, it just becomes a massacre. And it doesn't even look like there will be a fast-paced composition here from Arcade Academy. They'll go over to this Ashe Echo spam composition, and I think this rotation here that they're taking is quite appropriate for the composition they're playing. Just get that Echo on an off angle and do exactly what you know, Pachimari Arcade did to them. Just take those off angles and have your main core go for a different rotation, and I mean, it seems to be working out for them so far.
Windfall's looking for a nice boop, and I think with the help of Windfall there, Cowderoy managed to find a nice pick onto Mioran on the Ashe as the red comes through from Spudhunter.
Yeah, that res is well timed, and now Core drops down actually, so is it actually targeted to get walked onto? The speed boost comes through, but thankfully Core was away in time as the entire team drops down. In fact, Ghost Dragon under a bit of scrutiny, but in fact, never mind, as Cowderoy that goes down. Hero with the immense damage that Echo provides takes him down. D.Va now just trying to hold up that front line completely alone, and Ghost Dragon actually traded out, so both main tanks off of the board, and this leads to a much more scrappy and perhaps slow-paced fight. But Esto, another pick on the Hero, and a third one to Core. Esto is going crazy.
He's gonna get picked off by Spudhunter on the Mercy though, and the Racket as well. Both support looking for blood this fight. We saw a bit scrappy coming out from Poetic Chaos from the Brawl, as we saw them kind of split up their attention amongst other people. Some people went to the Orisa and some people went to the Sigma, and as a result, most of them lived for far too long. I want to see them focus up on targets this fight.
See what happens. Again, the low ground rotation comes through, and this D.Va is just doing really well at contesting both the front line and the off anglers in Hero and Spudhunter. As I mean, they take down Windfall, so a bit out of position there. In fact, forgetting about the fact that their D.Va disengaged. The Mail though comes through, will catch a couple of the members here of Arcade Academy, and they will come under some scrutiny. However, the shielding is there. Cowderoy goes down, and so does Kawaii. No tank line to be had here for Poetic Chaos, and they should be falling. But Esther once again looking to maybe clutch up, but just won't be able to get much done on the flank here, especially with the peel that comes through.
Very much so. He is going to get pulled up a little bit. He's going to look for the 1v1 onto Spudhunter. Currently, he's 1-0 against her, as she did kill him in this previous fight.
Yeah, but now the Flux comes through. Racket taken down. Core manages to follow up on that one and finds the second one to Cowderoy as well. What a well-timed Flux there to just clean up this fight and prevent that recontest from happening.
Very much so. I think Core might have listened to my advice, and he's going to, you know, perform just a bit better in this scrim, in this match, I should say. So I want to see if he continues with this level of play.
Sure, and what do you think of this Orisa Sigma versus the Brawl? That's what I want to ask.
Well, I'm very interested because we saw this on the previous match against the Academy flagship team. We see the Bongo available. It is kind of an ult-based composition. They have the advantage of sitting on point, but point B is built for Brawl, and they're going to really struggle to get through.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fast rotation that came through from Poetic Chaos to try and get this point control, and it works out. Core taking down by the bomb, and a slam also catches Ghost Dragon. Hero trays out for pick onto Raka, but I don't think that's enough to turn this fight around, as Esto does still exist, taken down by Spudhunter, so a bit of a Battle Mercy moment right there.
Yeah, very much so. Tom is going to get quite low, and Windfall actually manages to pick him off. Yeah, a bit of a stagger coming through there, quite nice from Poetic Chaos. Okay, they did overinvest a few ults a bit that fight, but they do have this May Blizzard. It's going to struggle to get, you know, past Core on that Sigma, as he does have the possibility to eat it. But, I mean, if he gets it through, it's going to be big.
I mean, yeah, Core didn't eat the last one, but there is potential for this one to get eaten up. The Bob comes through there, and Esto taken down with that focusing beam. So some already, you know, good ultimate usage being used here. Arcade Academy even investing more. I'm not sure why they needed the duplicate there. They were already 2 up in that team fight, but I suppose it works out for the flashiness.
Yeah, very much so. We see the baby D.Va on the point of you know, Arcade Academy here, and maybe she'll get a remake kill. Unfortunately not, as her copy does run out of time. I think Cowderoy and Esto will be able to touch, but I'm not sure if they're going to want to take this battle, as it'll be hard to win.
Yeah, this Brawl just wants to control that corner and make sure they have a good opportunity to fight, you know, a very significant part of the map. And with the D.Va contesting Hero as well, it's going to be difficult for, you know, Arcade Academy to really get in there. Esto helps in taking out Hero there, is traded out into Windfall, but Core Maywalled up there. That was stellar from Taffy Eagle and for High Noon as well from Esto, just doing the cleanup duties and catching Murin. Once again, the stabilization comes through from Poetic Chaos.
Speaking of Poetic Chaos, they really are rotating their ults quite effectively. The only ults they used there was High Noon and Winter, which are two, you know, quite throwaway ults. High Noon not very valuable, and Window, he's already at 33%. You get it fight after fight. We'll see if Core can get any value with his Gravitic Flux though this fight.
We shall see. Pull comes through, gets eaten up though by Kawaii, so they won't be able to set up any rocks with that one, but the Flux will come through here, and because of the fact that there's no beat available, that should be able to be cleaned up onto. That being said, bomb to the backline catches Core, so one tank off the board on either side, and with the aggression coming through from the Mei as well, might actually result in something, but with Core getting rezzed up, it looks like Arcade Academy will clean up that fight after just a bit of misplaced aggression from Poetic Chaos there.
I completely agree with you. They do have some good ultimates, you know, to be able to come back onto this last fight and push the attackers off of that point. They have the Shatter, they have the, you know, the Mei ult, and they have the Window, the Beat. Hopefully they won't overinvest here, but it's going to be hard to get that Shatter through double shield.
The Amplification Matrix now walled off by Taffy Eagle. Once again, a good wall placement to deny some of the ultimate usage. And Kawaii demacked means that there is potential to just go hyper-aggressive, and that's what they're doing. Raka, Kawaii, both down. And with that Bob sent in, it's just going to clean up everyone on the side of Poetic Chaos. And this cart will roll freely through.
Unfortunately, not under a minute, which is, you know, probably the best case situation you could have got there. But not a bad defense. 1 minute 30 is completely fine. It's a decent time, and they should be happy with that, honestly.
Yeah, I would be happy with that if I was Arcade Academy as well as Poetic Chaos. I mean, for both sides, this has its kind of upbringings, right? It's kind of a low time bank if you look at it from Poetic Chaos's perspective, because they had a lot of stabilization. They took a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, very, very true. I'm honestly surprised they found it so easy to get through point B, as you know, that Brawl is really favoured, especially at point B against that poke composition. I'm surprised they, you know, got through it as easily as they did.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention here about Poetic Chaos is that, you know, you mentioned how they're playing this really fast Brawl style, and I think what this Brawl style comes down to as well is against that versus Sigma, which we were mentioning before, is that you need to rotate well. We saw a lot of really fast and hasty rotations going from Poetic Chaos, and I definitely think that's the plan, right? Get into a good position via rotations, but like sometimes they're doing it just a bit too slow or a bit too telegraphed.
And that's especially when, you know, that kind of poke composition gets most of its value. When, you know, the enemy team is rotating and they're a bit exposed, maybe you can get some damage off, so they're going to struggle for this next fight, or maybe even get a pick and just win off of a 5v6.
So it seems to be happening a lot here for the side of Poetic Chaos, so they want to start, you know, cleaning that gameplay up and get some more kind of executive shot calls going that would help them with those rotations. And once again, they'll put Esto on this McCree to just try and deal with the aggression that comes through here. As Arcade Academy, they're on this Brawl this time. Maywalls from both teams, so again, just a bit of a stalemate around this statue. And Ghost Dragon kind of just backing up, giving a bit of space over to the enemy Reinhardt. Now, Cowderoy has to get Immortality fielded up. The spam came through there, and Tom's, you know, building up really fast towards this Nano, actually. Raka, no Immortality field to be had in this fight, and the sleep onto Taffy there is actually huge. Both Meis traded out though, and Core is demagged. And why on earth did Ghost Dragon pin there?
I honestly can't tell you. Sometimes Orion does what he's got to do, and maybe pinning into the backline and dying immediately is one of those things. A very interesting strategy coming out from the main tank.
Yeah, but with a pick here, it's potentially winnable now. Esto going down quite low, and Core is here with the Nano D.Va Mac, so it is definitely possible to try and get a recontest through, especially with Ghost Dragon returning, but Esto catches them on the rotation, takes him down with that fan, that hammer, and once again, taking down Hero in the cleanup.
Not okay. I think Tom used his nano there just because he was going to swap to the Baptiste. I'm completely fine with that. It provides a lot more survivability for the defense, and although you don't get the use of that anti-nade, unfortunately he didn't get much use out of it because Kawaii was eating up those nades the second he threw it.
Yeah, it's quite interesting here how Poetic Chaos didn't just follow up on that really good May wall. I mean, Arcade Academy, they were missing a D.Va because of that late spawn, so could have been a potential idea for Poetic Chaos to go for that, but Cardroy probably wants to play a lot more carefully.
Yeah, certain teams have their playstyles, they kind of have a slider of how aggressive they usually play, and I guess they didn't want to take that fight.
Murin, though, letting loose that high noon. The Maywall is in the way, however, and the slam misses there for Caldroy. Maywalled up by Hero there. That is a really good wall to deny the shatter. Bomb comes through, and it will break the shield of Ghost Dragon, and Esto follows up on that. On the off angle, again, this positioning is so good to just punish the aggression of Ghost Dragon.
Yeah, Esto really is got that pop-off potential. The man got a 4K on point A just before, and he's consistently getting kills and picks and cleanups throughout this map. He is really carrying his team right now. He is absolutely putting in the work.
Yeah, stellar McCree player to say the least, but Ghost Dragon looking like they're posturing for a bit of a recontest here. Will be a bit late to that point, but they do get there in time. Now Ghost Dragon going to be under some scrutiny because of that mail that comes through. The bomb though might catch two. It does. Core takes down Esto and Caldroy, two very important players to be down in that Brawl composition. Now the May Ice block forced out there for Taffy Eagle as Windfall taken down by the Fire Strike, and Ghost Dragon being the spearhead of that re-engage.
We see a sneaky little Racker might be trying to... Oh? The Baptiste, he's behind enemy lines, he's going to go for it. Unfortunately, he just about mistimed it, and unfortunately, he's going to get completely staggered out. I respect the play, though. If he got that C9, I mean, this is a team that sometimes forgets about the point, the objective on occasion. We've seen this before in the past. There was a chance that could have worked, and I respect him going for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're behind enemy lines anyway. They had to reset somehow, and that's probably one of the more noble ways to do so. As now, you'll see all the players of Poetic Chaos finally returning from spawn after that stagger. But they do have a considerable time bank here, so they can just knock their head against this wall, I suppose. They use the high noon. It gets flashed up there by Murin, though. What a positioning to just make sure that high noon doesn't get value. And now it'll have to be the pressure onto Ghost Dragon and Hero, who do go down basically to both of their counterparts. Murin trades out onto Windfall, but it doesn't matter. There's still two up on the side of Poetic Chaos here, and they should drive this one home.
Core is going to get, hammered down on point by Caldroy. The Lucio is going to get the late spawn, but that's completely fine, to be honest. He gets back quick, he's got his music. He's entertained for his way home. We actually are going to see the Shatter and D.Va Bomb available. I want to see if they're going to try and combo it. Kawaii and Caldroy, throw bomb into the back and shatter the main tank and get a nice little 3k with D.Va Bomb.
Yeah, there is potential for that, but the Amplification Matrix will force Caldroy back just a little bit. The Mail as well, it doesn't catch anyone, but it zones people off. It gives Ghost Dragon the space they need to retake this corner, and this is such a central position to have. But that being said, Esto takes down Spud Hunter, and the bomb as well, like you said, attempted to come through with the Shatter. Caldroy missed it, but it still put Ghost Dragon under so much pressure that they just get taken down, and now it's going to have to be a clutch recontest.
That 1000 damage, although it only hits the shield, I mean, that's just supplied. That's 1000 HP points of shield that the Rhine doesn't have to help himself.
Yeah, Esto releasing this high noon, doesn't manage to catch anything with it, but zones people off for just long enough. The Mail in the spawn room as well to zone off that right side door, and the boop onto Esto, so the clutch player is out of the team fight right now. Windfall has to use a beat to keep themselves alive, and it works out pretty well. Core and Spud Hunter are not able to coordinate those dives together to get a player down, and 2 minutes 40 on the bank there for Poetic Chaos.
We saw that Mail come out, and he basically tried to solo ult the McCree, but the McCree, Murin, actually got away and backed off into the spawn. I think that was actually a 200 IQ play to completely shut off and not allow him to utilize that right side flank. And it just meant that their Brawl could just rush left side and completely dismantle the enemy team trying to come out and defend the point.
Yeah, you make a very solid point there about how Murin, going on that off angle, trying to at least get a clutch pick or two. And there was, a singular pick there for Arcade Academy, but it doesn't matter if you get a singular pick when everyone else on the left side is just under so much scrutiny, like you said.
Yeah. We're going to see the double shield composition get picked again by Arcade Academy. I'm not a major fan of it, but it worked for them. They managed to cap it all the way to point C and, you know, finish off the map with a decent enough time bank. 1 minute 33 seconds. They're going to want to see if they can repeat the success they had on the previous attack.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it success. I honestly just think that, you know, Poetic Chaos was the one really in control for a lot of it, you know, getting a lot of really good stabilizations on the defense. And, I mean, you mentioned before, this is a composition that is really just works around ultimates, and they've only got a minute 30.
Exactly. A full minute less than what Poetic Chaos had on the Brawl composition. I'm surprised they're doubling down on this double shields.
I suppose it's a composition they are comfortable on, and again, they'll take the same telegraphed rotation as they did last time. This time, though, Cowderoy wants to contest him on that, you know, sideline. They try and get the Maywall through, it doesn't quite happen, but now it's a long corridor that this Brawl has to walk through. They will rotate back, but Hero goes down, Windfall, catching them with a fadeaway there. And it should potentially be a sign to engage now for Poetic Chaos. They'll start walking forward. Esto goes down quite low, however, but Taffy Eagle finds the wall into core, just gets away, too slippery to be taken out with the follow-up. But still, Esto catching Tom on the sidelines and once again taking down three in this team fight. Esto is just a nut.
My god, he disconnected and came back with a stronger connection to his internet. I don't know what he did. I think he upgraded his PC whilst he was outside of the game, because the man's come in and he's just clicking heads. That's not to mention that Windfall is with such an aggressive Lucio. He's acting like a spy, hiding on the skybox and just jumping down, trying to do as much damage as he can. He managed to find a pick onto Hero in the previous fight.
Yeah, certainly, but now Ghost Dragon once again under scrutiny. That Amplification Matrix does just so much damage, and Esto's the one to finish off the pick yet again. The res has to come through because of his last fight, but that means that Spud Hunter will just die because of it. Core going down as well, and everyone on Arcade Academy just falls over right at the end here, and Esto taking it down Hero and Tom. And once again, it's Esto all in the kill feed. It's the one name we're repeatedly saying.
And the man, I mean, for good reason as well. I'd honestly like to know if his normal accuracy was higher than his accuracy with High Noon. Because, I mean, yeah, with High Noon you have lock-on, but, I mean, with his normal aim, it looks like he's got lock-on anyway. The man doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss, and I mean, it's not even just the fact that he doesn't miss as well, it's the positioning, right? He's always there on an off angle to punish the enemy positioning, or he's there to make sure that Ghost Dragon can't walk forward out of fear of a flash. It's really good positioning to instill fear in Arcade Academy, but also to just get those picks. And now, I mean, the best Arcade can get is a draw.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes 40, I think they're going to really struggle with it. We've seen that Poetic Chaos's Brawl style is just a bit better fine-tuned for them. I mean, they've got Windfall and Esto, two of the most aggressive players I've seen in a long time. And then they've got Cowderoy backing them up with that space-making on the Reinhardt. And then you've got Kawaii also providing more space for him to just hit his shots. I want to see them to just absolutely clash into this defense and get that 33% that they need to win out this map.
Absolutely. We'll see what happens here. We've got, again, similar compositions as last time. This time Core is on the Sigma along with the Hero and the Hanzo. So they're looking for a lot more of a spammy, slow composition, but they do still have Spud Hunter on that Lucio. So they do still want to get their Rhine in to do work, and that's some work right there. Takes on Taffy Eagle right off the start, and that'll burn a little bit of time off.
Yeah, and when you're on the defense, that's all you want to do. But on attack, all you're really aiming for is just build up those ultimates, get the ultimate advantage over the enemy team, click Q, and just win out the map. So far, a strong defense, as we see Ghost Dragon has that advantage on the Shatter.
Yeah, now the hotel rotation. Yeah, the hotel rotation comes through. Windfall goes down first. Murin coming up with that first pick, and that'll allow everyone to just go forward. There's no disengage to be had here for Poetic Chaos without that Lucio in the mix. Cowderoy pins in, actually helps in taking out Ghost Dragon there, and that's a clutch play you need. Spud Hunter down as well. That turned around in the literally a millisecond there. Now Poetic Chaos, they have this point in control. Everyone on Arcade Academy is so split. They're going to try and touch the point, and they just barely manage to in the nick of time, but it won't happen. Poetic Chaos there go up 2-0 in the series, and they finish that one off. They nick the third place right from under Arcade's nose.
That was impressive. With Poetic Chaos, it really is one of those teams where blink and you'll miss it. They get themselves into position and then they run like hell into the enemy team. We saw Hero in the back line with his copy onto the Reinhardt, and it just created a pincer movement that the defense could not handle.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's that mid-fight kind of awareness, that mid-fight knowledge, the mid-fight target calls, shot calls, all that kind of stuff that really contributes to that. I don't think it was a matter of mechanics there for Poetic Chaos, other than Esto obviously on that McCree. I think in terms of that fight specifically, it was just down to the fact that Arcade Academy, they stuck around too long, they pressed their apparent advantage just for too much, and because of that Immortality Field placement that came out from Raka, everyone was able to stay alive for Poetic Chaos. They got that pin in, they took down the Reinhardt, and I mean, like you said, it was literally blink and you miss it, because I blinked and I almost missed it.
Yeah, I blinked as well, and I missed that final fight, which I'm very upset with, because by the looks of it, that was a very impressive fight, and I missed it because I blinked. I'm very upset with that, in fact. I'm going to have to go back into the VOD and rewatch it, because that was such a devastating turnaround of that fight for Pachimari Arcade Academy. It looked like they were going to win, because I think they started off that fight with a pick, but they managed to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely amazing from Poetic Chaos. That entire map, they had control, even when it looked like Arcade Academy, they got that full cap, they had 1:30 on the time bank, but even so, Poetic Chaos, during that offense there, set an even better time bank, and again, Poetic Chaos showing their dominance in this series, taking that third place in this, third place, fourth place matchup, but Arcade Academy, they cannot be dissatisfied with a fourth place finish. I mean, that's top 4.
Yeah, they did well, and you can only congratulate them for this. We are going to go to a break just about now, so I'm going to see you in just a short while, I think.
Yeah.
See ya.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the grand finals of our Brawl here at Pachimari Esports. Now, obviously, we've been around for the whole weekend. It's been quite a long weekend and we've seen the grand finals yesterday, brilliant match, and we're hoping for the same today, right now, between Pachimari Arcade and Ad Friend. Obviously, with me is Urazi, my co-caster. Say hi.
Hi.
And yeah, we are here to take you through the last match of today and of this tournament. So this is a best of 5, so we'll be going to potentially 5 maps, a minimum of 3. So we will be seeing more than just control and hybrid. And guess what map we're going to, Urazi?
Well, if it isn't Lijiang Tower. And if I'm gonna guess what the first map is, it's probably gonna be Control Center, because so far it's almost always been that way.
Yeah, that is just the way it's always seemed to work out at the moment. And I do enjoy some of Lijiang, but seeing it so much, you know, at least it's quite a dynamic map, right?
It is a very dynamic map, so even if you're forced to play on this map, there's so many different play styles and team compositions and team mentalities that can be shown right here.
Yeah, so we're on Gardens to start with, and we've seen quite a few different team compositions even today and yesterday playing on this map. It's been all over the place. What are you expecting to come out here with both of our teams?
Well, for the most part, Ad Friend is a little bit, I wouldn't call them as much one tricks, but they're very proficient on a certain amount of characters. So I'm expecting them for the most part to stick to what they know and not swap unless they have to. So the way PE Arcade wins this, I feel like, is if you draft some kind of comp that forces them off of this. Because when you're off your comfort pick, when you can't play what you want to play, that's how you win out in the long end.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. And it looks like we've got Symmetra on both sides, although it looks like they were just to get out quick. And we've got a Torbjorn coming out. Oh no, oh, they've gone back to Tracer. Got us excited there.
Losing a little bit of time there for that missed swap.
Yeah, I guess that was just purely a misclick. But anyway, we have Giu going straight onto Deceiver already and taking them out. We've just got Will flying around up in the sky on this Echo. And look at Giu. They're so confident after they got rid of Deceiver there. They're just going to rush straight into the enemy backline, trying to harass their supports as much as possible, stop the healing and try and take them out. And there we go. We see Karma falling already, and Hitorius falls straight after. Kiwi does go down as well, but the Wrecking Ball, they're not as important as the rest of that team. And that's going to be the point. It's flipping the way of Ad Friend almost immediately, all off the back of that Tracer.
Yeah, definitely Gyu putting in so much damage there, and if anyone should be focused, it is Kiwi, because Kiwi just gonna roll in there. He has so much health, so many barriers, and so incredibly slippery. He's so hard to lock down.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and that's probably what we're going to be seeing Kiwi go in for again as everyone is rotating through onto the left room here. You like this rotation from them?
I do like this rotation, and trust me, actually finds an initial pick here, but is getting traded back.
And Jiu takes out Deceiver in the meantime, so look at this, we've got 2 picks going back and forth, the ball's going out on point, but look at, trust me, just here on this Pharaoh, we've seen what they can do previously in previous tournaments and earlier today, and they're just getting more and more picks all of this time. Look at, trust me here, they're going to try and get the Zen yard to the Zen, actually takes them out, the Zen wins that duel, somehow, that was so good, and Deceiver, they've managed to take up the Zen in return, and it looks like Illuminati on the point as well, taking out Kiwi. The point is finally potentially getting flipped away of Arcade if they can finish this out, but Karma gets taken out by Will. Deceiver on the point, have to watch out for those mines there, and eventually the point does get flipped, but that took an awful long time.
Definitely, I agree on you on that one. They actually do not have a lot of healing on Adfriend, so these longer fight really favors them. It seems like we do have a bit of connection issues. Karma, the second support on Pachimari Arcade, seems to have a little bit of a problem, but yeah.
Well, we've seen this before as well. Karma disconnected twice on King's Row in the last game that I casted with them in it, so I guess this is to be expected at this point. But so obviously that was a really long drawn out fight, and the fight's still going on, honestly, and with Karma DCing there as well, that's both of the healers for Pachimari Arcade down. How is this fight going to go? Do you think it's going to be able to stick in Arcade's favor?
I mean, maybe, right? So that's 2 for 2 now that Karma disconnected. But I think this is the preset where actually you get back your ult percentage, and we're just going straight back in, it seems like. It's ticking down, and we guess we're going to see how this fight goes.
Yeah, we're going straight back in, you're exactly right. We see the monkey with their primal rage trying to boop everyone off a point. In the meantime, we've got Trust Me in the sky, all the way up. No one can even get them up there. But look at Hitori. They're doing so much work on this Winston. It's going so well, but they're going to get taken out here, surely. No, they just managed to survive, and eventually they do get taken out by the Kiwi on that Wrecking Ball. And the point, it looks like it's going to get flipped potentially back over to Adfriend. We have a late fight rally coming out here from Soax. I'm not sure I like that. That seems a little bit unnecessary as the fight. It's already been won. The point has already been flipped, and the point progress is just going to be ticking up.
Definitely, but the rally being one of those proactive ults that actually gives you armor well after it's done, and you can actually gain more ult charge while that armor is active. So not the worst ult to use way too early.
And what about the rest of the ults? Because they have 5 ultimates on the side of Adfriend here to hold this defense.
Well, I think you know exactly what I call fights like this where both teams have a lot of ults, don't you?
It's a clown fiesta.
It is a clown fiesta, and more than likely we're gonna stick to that name. Both grabs being thrown out.
Yeah, but we have Transcendence out to try and keep everyone alive whilst inside the grab, and although everyone was grabbed up Void, they still managed to get 2 picks in Geo in the meantime, getting 2 as well. Soax knocks Trust Me out of the sky, and that's a team kill. You can hear the bells ringing, and that's gonna be it. No one's gonna be able to touch that at all, and the first round goes quite dominantly over to Adfriend.
Yeah, definitely. For the most part, when you have these many ults from both sides, and when you have game-winning ults like grab and pulse bomb or grab or something else, it's really important to pull out your combo first, because it's always the team that pulls out their combo first that usually gets the kills first. In longer extended fights where you can come back, sometimes you just save your ults or ult second. But you can't afford to do that when they have this many ults. You need to be the team that uses your ults first if you want to win these fights.
Yeah, and I guess that's exactly what we saw. That's really good insight. I guess we'll probably see that come into play again as we have a Symmetra come out from Geo yet again. Probably going to switch her back over to that Tracer, I'd imagine.
Probably. Yeah.
Now, so we have the Echo versus the Pharah. This duel up in the sky, do one of these characters really have an advantage up here?
Well, this Ghost and Xander can just discord the Pharah like he has done right now, and Echo can just burst the Pharah super fast. That's why Echo is sometimes, well, said to be a counter to Pharah.
So we've really got to keep an eye out on Will and see what they can do, but they've got a lot less ult charge than Trust Me in the fight. It's already starting on point. Kiwi's trying to get the point flipped over a little bit, and Trust Me's there in the meantime. Trust Me managed to get a pick onto the opposing Tracer, but Karma gets taken out by Will from that Echo as well. That means there's no pocket anymore for Trust Me, and they get taken out eventually by Will as well, and the point, it's surely going to go the way of Kiwi and the rest of Adfriend about now.
Yeah, definitely. Echo, they're winning out the air battle, and on the ground, this Brig and Zen just keeping everyone alive. You cannot push them without getting through this Brig with so much CC.
Now, Brigitte, because there's a lot of healing and CC, but is there anything else that she gives, especially to these flying heroes?
Yeah, she can give these armor packs and this healing over time, and I think they removed the armor you gain now, but when she has her ult, it's gonna be a lot of NQ here. Gonna stagger them out here a little bit, I think.
Yeah, Karma got the res off just to make sure the team can stay and fight this as quick as they can. But honestly, this fight is going to be quite neutral by the looks of it, because the only ultimates at the moment are support ones.
Yeah, definitely. But these support ults, they can be used aggressive. You can see them running in.
And we have a grab coming out already onto the team, and the pulse bomb as well. Someone's stuck, but no one actually ended up falling to it. Soax gets a kill onto Illuminati and Jew. They're causing so much havoc yet again. Look at this, Soax and Jew. They're just cleaning everyone up, and well, they're coming back from spawn, but honestly, it doesn't matter because the rest of the team clean them up, and this is looking now a little bit tricky for the people on Pachimari Arcade.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think you can push the Zen and Brig. It's too much there. There's these bubbles from Zarya, armor packs, bashes. I think you just gotta play through point, Neko.
So you're saying they should just rotate the point out like how Illuminati is trying to now, but look at that, Autumn Souls already gets taken out by Ghost, and that's one person down for Pachimari Arcade. They are on the point, and trust me, I managed to get a pick onto Gio as well, but the minefield, that's going to cause a lot of havoc for Deceiver holding onto this point as much as they can. They might actually get the cack. No, Kiwi just managed to touch, and the Deadeye comes out from Deceiver. They managed to get rid of Kiwi, and the point actually manages to flip over, and Autumn Souls, they get revenge. They take out Will in that Sky somehow from that Zenyatta, and the support does so much damage if you don't keep them in check, and for now we're just going to see Illuminati trying to stop that Tracer, get some huge accretion, and trust me, with two with that barrage as well, that's going to be it. The fight is probably over for now, but they did have to use two ultimates there to flip it.
Yeah, I'm not sure you needed to use that barrage there. It was mostly cleanup at that point, and any extra ult charge for the team that, well, if you lose this next fight, I think it's GG. So you need any ult you can have right now.
Yeah, but they do have a lot of ultimates, and is there anything they can really do? Is there any order they should use their ultimates in?
Well, starting off with Minefield is not a bad idea at all. They go in with that, not finding anything with that initially.
No, but Void also gets trapped out of the way because of the minefield. It's quite easy for Hitori just to roll through them and get rid of them really safely as well, because the rest of the team, they couldn't follow up, and Hitori actually ends up getting rid of Kiwi as Kiwi just rolls through those mines. There's no ult charge to get from that, but still, it's a little bit of a stagger.
It is a little bit of a stagger, but it is a good way, surprisingly good way of resetting, because no ult charge actually goes over to the side of Adfriend. Or not Adfriend, sorry, Arcade.
Yeah, you are right, and obviously ultimates here is so important on these control maps, and we see Will copy the Sigma here. They're going to look for as much damage as they can. They're actually getting Riveting Flux by the opposing Sigma, and they miss their stun. They're falling a little bit low, and they've got to be quite careful, but the Transcendence will keep them alive for as long as possible. Trust me, gets a kill onto Void as well, and that's a really good start, but Will, they didn't really get much done with that duplicate, and that's another ultimate down for the side of Adfriend, and they're now struggling because this is going into last fight territory, and they've only really got the Grav and the Rally.
Yeah, but they all are also getting pretty close to this chance. They may just be able to use those two supportals to get to point and initiate a brawl.
Yeah, we see Kiwi rush on a point, just trying to trigger overtime, and they actually managed to get rid of Autumn Souls as well, so Autumn Souls gone. Karma might be looking for a res, but that's going to be extremely risky. We see the Deadeye come out from Deceiver, trying to get that Brig, but the Brig actually manages to stun them out of it, and that's going to be it. Trust me, doing as much damage as they can into the front, but whilst this is going up in the sky, the rest of the battle is going on in the ground, and that's going to be it. They do have the barrage, but they have to back off, and they have to wait. They have to fight this one last time to try and keep themselves in here.
Yeah, Illuminati or Hitori has to touch this, but they're gonna have to go through a minefield to do so.
Yeah, Hitori does manage to get onto point, but they take so much damage through their shield and everything. They're going to fall now as well. Illuminati, they rush onto point to try and do whatever they can. Trust me, actually gets taken out with the barrage as well. No way they can get the touch at all, and Karma gets taken out on that Lucio too. Deceiver in the backline causing havoc, and look at this. This is going to be it. Adfriend managed to take Lijiang Tower 2-0.
They did, but it wasn't like Pachimari Arcade didn't put up a challenge. With this support line, it's really hard to try to push into them, and you could really see that.
Yeah, you could. I mean, look at this support line, right? Soax on this Brigitte, this is probably the grab. Yeah, look at this grab. Everyone's stuck together. Soax can do so much damage, do so much with all of the abilities as well. Just brilliant use of Brigitte. You've got to be in there for the healing, right? So you have to be with your team and with the enemy team. This puts you in a little bit of a risky spot.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very high risk, high reward. And when you play it as well as Soax can, and giving all the space to Ghost on Zender, they have so much healing and so much damage, which you can't really match.
Yeah, and I guess that's exactly what we saw. But going into the next map, we are seeing we're going to see what map it's going to be. It's going to be a hybrid map, and it's Arcade's choice. So with how we've seen Arcade play, you mentioned before that Adfriend, they like to play the same kind of heroes repeatedly, right? So with Arcade, they've also got Trust Me ringing for them as well today on the Pharah. Is there any kind of map that you expect to really be good for them with the team compositions that they can play and they can counter with Adfriend?
Well, I feel like compositions where it's a lot more DPS focused, I feel like is going to work for them because their support line and their tank line is super solid. Not saying that their DPS lineup is bad, it's just you cannot kill the supports or the tanks on Adfriend. It's not going to happen. So you need something where you just open up, and we don't see too many maps like that. I actually don't think I have anything.
No, especially for hybrid, right? Because we do have King's Row, which we've seen a lot today, but obviously that is a lot more of a tank-focused map, which maybe not the best idea for them because they really want to make the most of Trust Me on that Pharah, right? Trust Me being one of the highest ranked DPS players in EU currently, I'm pretty sure. So they really want to make the most, like you said, of that DPS potential. So would we be potentially see something like Blizzard World maybe?
Blizzard World would be a good choice, but then again, there's these really long sightlines, and you have to move your way towards this backline of the Zen and the Brig. And if they are on defense, which they will get to choose, whether they're on defense or offense, if they just get full held, that's going to be very rough to try to do anything against.
Yeah, you're exactly right, but it does look like we're heading towards King's Row. So this is, like we said before, quite a tank-focused map, but we saw Trust Me and the rest of Pachimari Arcade playing some weird compositions 2 games ago.
Yeah, definitely. And King's Row is a very much a Brawl favorite map, but just because it's Brawl favorite doesn't mean that's the only comp that can be played. Obviously, Brawl wants to get into your face, but with Brig, with Zen, with all this damage that's just coming in, it can be very hard to do anything about it.
Yeah, and we definitely saw Pachimari Arcade Pachimari Arcade previously. They were playing the double shield on the defense and on the attack. Now, is this something you'd expect to work really well?
It can work really well, but the problem is that you still have to break into the fundamentals of Adfriend. Like, what is it on Adfriend that's really working for them? It's that they are allowed to play this team comp. They're not being countered that hard for what they're basically playing every map.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I guess we will definitely have to see because it's going to be quite interesting, especially with, we had Hitori on earlier for an interview. And I guess it must have been Kiwi asking if they wanted to do a ball 1v1. So I wonder if we'll see that because we did actually see them roll out on the ball on King's Row previously as well.
Yeah, definitely. But if I'm gonna say anything, it's definitely if an enemy team is playing a comp they're really comfortable on, and characters they're really comfortable, you wouldn't want to match them. That's almost the opposite of what you want to do, I feel like.
So how would you want to do it instead then? Would you want to play something completely different against them?
I feel like you need to play something that ruins their playstyle. So what they want, they don't necessarily want super long fights, but they don't want super short fights either. Like you're gonna see these type of team comps where we, for the most part, have this backline core of Void, Soax, and Ghost, and they are just untouchable for the most part. Then we have Will and Kiwi, who for the most part deal a lot of damage, slow them down, and just try to win the fights with all these bubbles, all these Discord orbs, Harmony orbs, and armor packs that are coming in.
And it looks like on the defense, we do have a similar kind of composition. We have Kiwi coming out on the ball, but we do actually have Mado on the Torbjorn this time around. And I think do you think this is a direct counter to the Pharah?
It's not as much as a counter, but more as a deterrent, right? So it's putting even more value into your backline, because now you can't just push into them with Pharah, because there's a Torbjorn turret there, but Torbjorn is no more.
Yeah, there's no Torb and there's no Torbjorn turret anymore. Hitori managed to get rid of that, and Trust Me managed to get rid of Maid though as well on the Pharah. The Zarya there getting spammed a little bit by Trust Me, but it's not going to cause too much damage. It's actually going to give the Zarya a lot more charge for later on in this fight. Deceiver in the meantime, that's taking control of the high ground along with Illuminati and with Autumn Souls. They're going to be able to do a lot of spam damage from up here, right?
Yeah, definitely, but the Torbjorn is already here and they're not even forcing the payload. That is the problem with this enemy team comp. Mid though comes back and just takes out Hitori.
Yeah, and there we go. Kiwi takes out Trust Me as well, and somehow, even though they got the first pick, they didn't manage to follow up on it, and they played, was it too slow?
It's not as much as too slow, but you cannot really do anything against Zoak, Ghost and Void, like I said again. They're just chilling in the backline and you can't really push them without dying. This freaking close quarters combat, as any DPS player probably knows, is just pure death.
Yeah, and there we go. Deceiver actually falls quite late in the game as well to Ghost on that Zenyatta. We've seen what they can do, and like you said, with this Brig, with this Zen, they're doing so much damage, and no one on their team seems to be dying other than Maid though. The minefield does come out early on the point just to kind of slow everyone down, but it doesn't look like it's going to do too much there.
Not necessarily. Trust Me is putting in a lot of damage, but they're just getting healed up or bubbled.
Yeah, they've not actually managed to build up to their first barrage yet either, and we're almost 2 minutes into this push, and we've only had one real fight, and they actually get taken out by Will from that Echo as well. That counter, that deterrent that you talked about previously, that's really showing its face here, and they're one down so early on.
Yeah, definitely, and now that they're down, look at their backline, what their supports are doing. Void might actually get picked off here. Or no, does actually survive, barely, on very low HP.
Yeah, Void falling extremely low and Deceiver rushing in by themselves. That was a little bit of an aggressive play and it did not end up working out well. Trust Me managed to take out one with their barrage, but it gets taken against them again by Ghost. The Transcendence on the point just to clear up all the mines and contest as long as they can, keep the rest of the point alive, and it looks like that's going to be it. We do see Karma going Battle Mercy right through the sky up against Kiwi, but they're probably going to get taken out here, and that's going to be it. They're going to have to wait longer and come back again in 30 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. It's so hard to break into the backline. You need something like an infiltrator, like a Sombra or like a Genji. Just go into the backline and cause a panic. But Brig is just there, causing so many problems. This Torbjorn turret is adding to it.
Yeah, this Torbjorn turret seems to be doing a lot of work. We see Trust Me switch over onto the Echo, and actually, whilst this is going on, we see the Deadeye come out whilst inside the Grav, and it gets rid of Void. That was a really nice counter to it, but now we have the Torbjorn ultimate as well come out onto the point to stop everyone from pushing as aggressive as they want to, because obviously they're one down and now they can't push as quick. Autumn Souls gets taken out by Will as well, and the Rabbinic Flux comes out from Illuminati. It gets just the Brigitte, and the Brigitte falls extremely low. Hitori trying to go in there aggressively and get them, but Illuminati actually gets taken out by Will. Somehow Karma gets stuck inside the minefield and they're going to fall as well. Will versus the McCree. McCree falling extremely low, but they just managed to get out and they get taken out by Void. Somehow we see this happen so much. They keep on trying to push so aggressively, but Adfren's defense seems unbreakable.
It does seem so, but now they have no ults on their side, so if they're gonna break it at any point, they have to do it now, and now they have a really good chance of actually doing so.
But they only have one ultimate come up for certain themselves here anyway, with this Mercy and potentially a duplicate as well. Is that really enough?
It may be enough, but Hitori's still walking back from spawn, so they're not gonna be able to capitalize too much on this. They're on point now, they're not gonna C9.
Well, that's definitely a start, but Maydao does get taken out by Deceiver really early on this fight, and that's one bit of the defense already gone. They managed to just about get a tick, and it looks like Adfren, they're going to want to play a little bit slow, and then as soon as Ghost gets that Transcendence, they push in aggressively. The Deadeye does come out, and it gets rid of Void. That's so much more damage, so much more of the protection, the peel gone too. Kiwi falls on the hamster as well, and eventually Soax has fallen. The defense, it is breakable. They do have a weakness, and that was it. Like you were saying, the ultimates, that was the one, and they need to back off. Ghost getting staggered a lot here as well, and finally we see Pachimari Arcade pushing through first point and entering the streets phase.
Actually, killing up Ghost was really crucial there, because they're not going to be able to recontest until Ghost is here, and Ghost actually got the really bad spawn, so they might be able to push the payload about halfway if they put 1 or 2 people on the point.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and Kiwi, so Kiwi's going aggressive just to try and cause a little bit of havoc by the looks of it, but Ghost, they're still coming back, and they're almost already past the library and almost at the pub as well, so is this really the ideal place to defend from?
I mean, if you want to defend, you want to boost someone where you hold, Ghost hasn't even joined the fight and they're fighting.
And Wilgo went in for a duplicate, but nothing actually came of it, and the Torbjorn ultimate comes out too to try and stop everyone from pushing against them, but the only person that falls to it is Deceiver. And obviously, trust me, they don't care about the Torbjorn ultimate. That's only on the ground, and they're up in the sky. They're Pharaoh, they can fly. They don't care, and that's going to be, we're going to see them push forward, especially with that res onto Deceiver from Karma as well. This looks like it's snowballing a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, but Ghost now is actually in position, doesn't have to run back all the way from spawn. So they might just have that much more damage to put in now.
Yeah, and they can just about get a recontest here, and they've got some ultimates. Are you expecting them to? Oh, as we say this, all of the ultimates actually come out. Deceiver pulls the trigger on that high noon, but doesn't get anyone, and Ghost falls with the Transcendence. They didn't manage to use that in time, and that's so unlucky for them. Illuminati does get taken out as well, but look at this. Autumn Souls has so much space to heal, to damage all the way on this high ground. No one can deal with it. Trust me, tries to go for the barrage, they get taken out by Maid though, and here we go. We're going to see a snowball all the way through second point, and they're entering third point with about 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely, but I think we know Streets phase isn't necessarily the hardest thing for the attackers to do. You got such a good stagger onto Ghost, so you could push through most of it for all or almost for free. But now Ghost and everyone else is gonna get these really long, really clean angles, and trust me, recognizes this and swaps off the Pharah, goes on Ashe.
Yeah, so this long range hit scan, they give a lot of different kind of ability to the team, right?
Yeah, definitely. Ghost like this really long L, so why shouldn't I utilize it?
Yeah, and Ghost decides to go for the Transcendence really aggressively, help push their team up as far as they can, but Deceiver goes for the high noon, it gets blocked by the Maywall. That was a really nice Maywall coming out there, and trust me, in the meantime, they're going to try and go for this high ground potentially, or maybe not. They're just going to take this long angle, like you were talking about, and take their time, do as much damage as they can over the long distance, and it seems to be working. All of our friend just have to play so careful because of the long range hit scan damage coming out, but Maid though does get taken out. That's really good for the attacking side, and Void gets demeched as well. Illuminati does fall, but Ghost, here we go, we finally see the defense stabilizing just this little bit and managing to take out some people, including, trust me, right at the end there, and they've got quite a few ultimates on this defense coming up next as well.
Yeah, definitely. They have both supporting and offensive ults here, and I think we know just how annoying it is as an attacking team to push into a team that does have the Mei ult.
Yeah, this Mei ult, this could be so crucial for this defense, and honestly, there's a lot of other ultimates they've got too, but on the other side, do you really think Bob could do much work here?
Perhaps. It's trust me after all. If I trust anyone putting a value at that, it's definitely him.
And here comes the Clown Fiesta. This is maybe worse than it was on Li Zhang, and we see Void falling first. We see the Transcendence come out from Ghost to keep everyone alive against this Bob, and eventually Illuminati is going to fall behind that Maywall. That was beautiful coming out from Maid though as well. We see a Will attempting to get another Gravitatic Flux off from that duplicate, but it didn't actually end up working. We're going into last fight territory here, and Illuminati, they're still coming back from spawn.
Yeah, definitely. They have so little time, I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to touch Echo.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky for them. I think Illuminati might just be able to do it along with Hattori, but they're so away from their team and there's no way they can get heals around that corner. Kiwi getting a big slam onto point as well. Illuminati falling extremely low and almost getting demeched here as well. A big res come out from Karma. Hattori's now resed on the cart and made those taken out as well, but Autumn Souls, that's so much sustain, so much healing gone for the attacking side, and it doesn't look like they're able to do it. The defense of our friend is so strong, not just on first point, but also on second. The demech happens, and that's going to be it. They get held almost halfway through third point.
Yeah, on first point initially, it seemed like it was Adfriend who had the steering wheel. They were controlling the pace of the fight, when you can engage, how much space you get, whatnot. On second point, it flipped around. It felt like PE Arcade was really deciding on where we fight, when we fight, and I think you gotta keep being in the steering wheel if you are PE Arcade. It's the only way to win.
But by being in the steering wheel, does that mean they have to take the aggression in themselves? Do they have to play more aggressive than they were?
That, and also you have to force the enemy team to come to you instead of the other way around, right? Like if a Brig and a Zen is already set up somewhere and they have support, it's so incredibly hard to break, because if you push towards them, you're more than certainly gonna die. But when you do have control of the payload, now all of a sudden it flips. Now the defending team has to come to you, and how does it work when a Zen tries to push you on the payload? It's just not gonna work.
Yeah, I guess we will honestly just have to see what happens. It looks like we're having the double shield defense coming out on the side of PE Arcade again. But they've got the Baptiste and the Brigand. It looks like actually Ghost is picking up the Baptiste as well. There's a lot more healing coming out. And what's this coming out from Trust Me? This is exciting. We don't think we've seen this at all today.
I don't think we're going to see the naked Genji, especially with no nano boost or anything, but maybe Trust Me knows something I don't, and it seems like he's sticking to it.
Yeah, they've already rolled out onto the defense and they can't go back to spawn now. That'll take way too long. So I guess we'll have to see what exactly happens here. They're going for it. They're going to be able to spam quite a bit of damage into this Genji. The Genji's already got the Discord falling so low too. We see Kiwi in here going for a little bit of aggression, going up for the Ashe, and they managed to take out Deceiver along with the mines from Will as well. That was such nice play, and trust me, on this Genji, they're going to have to get a lot of work done against Void here. They go extremely low and they just managed to take them out, and they managed to dash straight into Ghost as well. But we have Soax falling out of the game, and we're going to yet another pause here.
And this time it's actually the support. Wait, who was it actually that disconnected? It was Soax actually.
Yeah, it was Soax.
The brig player of Adfriend. One of the more crucial players.
Yeah, and actually for once it wasn't Karma. Maybe Karma as they've used up all their bad karma today, and maybe this is their chance to come back and win. But I guess we'll have to see it. And also, this means that obviously the attacking side, they've lost quite a few players already, mainly at the hands of Trust Me's Genji. We're losing the Brig as well. Do you think they're gonna have to reset here?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think we see here in chat that they said, like, okay, I now know why we were struggling with heals a little bit. Seem to have a little bit of connection issues, and when a Brig isn't swinging, there's basically no healing done. It isn't like a Lucia that can just exist and bring value to the team.
Is there other ways that they can really make the most of this? Because obviously they have a lot less healing with a Brig and a Zen compared to the Brig and Bap. How can they really survive with that?
I mean, essentially, what you do is you don't have something that takes a lot of damage, right? Like, you have this Zarya, who for the most part, when she peaks, when she goes to deal damage, she bubbles herself, and whoever is immediately next to her, right? And the armor packs plus the Zen Orb is just enough to keep her alive. And when Ball goes in for the most part, Ball is not gonna die, so he has time to go in, pile drive, and then get out, and then take a mega on the way or something like that. And there isn't really anyone else who needs a lot of healing.
Yeah, and actually we saw that kind of aggression come out from Will and from Kiwi, like you were talking about, diving in, getting out, getting a health pack, coming back. When Deceiver fell extremely early in that fight, Will combined with Kiwi, somehow I didn't realize Wrecking Ball could get up through those windows that tight, but somehow Kiwi managed to get up there and get rid of Deceiver, because we saw Deceiver up there previously in the last game on King's Row, just having so much space and freedom on the Ashe to do what they want.
Yeah, definitely. When you set up a hit scan on the high ground, it can be so annoying to deal with, and it seems like they made the right choice. Add friend, localize what their win condition is. We need to shut down this Ashe, and after that we should just be able to do a lot better in general.
Yeah, well, I guess we will have to see exactly what happens. We'll probably pop to a quick little break once we get all the technical issues fixed with Soax, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes once that's sorted. Awesome. Well, and we are finally back. Sorry about that. Soax just had their router disconnect, and we're about to go back into the game, and we've just seen Adfriend lose a fight pretty badly.
Yeah, definitely. Having one of your supports disconnect is not necessarily what you want to see, but luckily they are actually on the attacking team, so it's essentially not that bad, because if you're the defending team and you lose fights, that's permanent damage, but the only thing you're really losing in attack is time.
Oh, but look at this. Will actually got taken out again already, and we see Karma just 1v1ing his Zenyatta and losing. Ghost somehow getting the kill, and the attacking side that finally managed to get picked. Satori falls, but look at Deceiver. They took out both of the supports with their Dynamite and then the Tourbillon turret as well. That's so much damage, and trust me, they managed to take out 2 people with their dashes, and it looks like somehow, even though 2 ticks go over, they just about managed to hold off that attack.
Yeah, but you got 2 ticks for essentially using nothing. They swapped off to Lucio and kept the pace up, and now Soax is back on the brig, and now it's gonna be really hard to break them again, because now they have more healing, more Brawl, more sustain in the backline.
Yeah, you're exactly right, but we see Kiwi diving in with their minefield nice and early, getting a big slam, and will actually take out Illuminati and Hitori falling too. That's both of the tanks for PE Arcade. The Amplification Matrix comes out, and trust me, as she manages to take out Void, and trust me, they're going for their blade. They actually get stunned out by Soax, but it doesn't matter. They still manage to get 2 picks with it, and that's going to be it. We see Will duplicating that Brigitte, but they get demeched by the other one as well. And the defense off the back of the DPS players yet again, carrying them, and there we go. They managed to hold it off even longer, and 2 minutes left.
Yeah, definitely. Trust me, finding 4 kills there, I think. 2 with the blade.
Yeah, 2 with the blade and 2 without, and Kiwi got stunned up so quickly, but that is a big grab onto so many of the teams. The lamp is there to keep everyone alive, but the Tourbillon ultimate as well gets rid of 2 combined, and Bob goes down 2, Hitori falls. Will gets them down, and trust me, they're the only one left alive, and they're not going to be able to escape here. They're going to get staggered out probably by Maid, though. Potentially, they might just about get out. They fall so low here, and it looks like they might actually try and get out, although they are falling so low, and Kiwi takes them out, and that's a long stagger onto Trust Me, and now we've just got Soax pushing the point.
Yeah, definitely. Soax probably the guy you want at one point. They're actually falling back, putting a few more people back there, because Kiwi can be in the enemy backline for free. Because he's a ball, he's not gonna get locked down unless he really messes up.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And actually, we see Soax now moving forward, and they've got the Zenyatta on the cart instead. Now, what do you think of that?
It is usually better, because Zen is very immobile and he doesn't need to be in the front line. So him staying back can be a good idea.
Yeah, but we see the supercharger come out from the side of PE Arcade, and with that, the DPS, like you said, the DPS-centric comps, that works for these teams because of how good their DPS players, Deceiver and Trust Me, are, and that's exactly what happens. All of the teams seem to be supporting them so well, but Mado does get rid of the Ash of Deceiver, and the minefield comes out on point, so the entirety of Trust Me, they have to be careful to not fall into the minefield there at all. Mado using their Tourbillon ultimate, they get rid of Autumn Souls, and that's a lot of the healing gone for the defending side here.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't really expect this to happen, but they are still doing a really good job on attack. Zen and Brig not really known for their attacking prowess, but it seems to be working for them.
And why do you think that is?
I can't really tell, but I think they're just playing around the payload, and they're still playing kind of like the defending team, right? So the defenders have to push on and actually contest them on the payload.
Yeah, I guess you're absolutely right, but they didn't manage to contest, and the ultimate comes out from Illuminati, but it's probably not going to find anything, or at least not anything worthwhile anyway. Karma does take out 2 people with that on that Brigitte, but honestly, at this point, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No, I think you're very happy to just get aced in exchange for getting the payload there, because they're just gonna go straight back in again.
They are, and they've already got the Transcendence up again, they've got the Minefield, they've got the Duplicate, and honestly, this grab is going to come in play real quick, but trust me, they've got their Blade, and we saw what they did last time with it. They're setting up on the high ground all ready to go for it.
Yeah, definitely. Ghost has it ready. Will does a copy. Goes in.
Yeah, the Bob is out on the point to try and get rid of the copy Sigma, but it doesn't actually work, and the Bob falls to the Tourbillon turret. Kiwi slides through and gets rid of Illuminati. Will takes out Karma with their Gravitic Flux, and there we go. The point is finally going the way of Ad Friends, and like you said, it doesn't matter that they got aced because they had ultimates to spare.
They had ultimates to spare. They didn't need to use any. Last fight, they just went straight back in. I didn't lose anything because the payload cannot move further back than the checkpoint.
You're exactly right, and trust me, more important, they've managed to keep hold of this blade, but is there anything on the other side that can really counter it? Well, I guess we'll see. Yeah, the Ghost pulls out the Transcendence as early as possible, and the Grav comes out onto a lot of the side of PERK. They get grabbed up, and the Lamp saves them from any permanent damage, permanent death. Kiwi rolls through and tries to get as much damage as they can, and Hitori eventually falls with all the damage coming in. Illuminati has to try and stay alive here, but it's going to be so tricky, and Maid, though, just has so much room for spamming in. They are almost uncontested on this Torbjorn, and that's going to be it. The point goes through, and we see Adfriend winning the second map as well.
Yeah, Adfriend taking this one home too, and we can see just how much damage, how much sustain, how much of everything that they have. I think this is the 4K of Trust Me, 2 of which being the blade. Finding picks even through all of this.
Oh, look at that. Look at this play. This is so good, and you can really see that even though they get stunned up here, they just have so much room and so much awareness of what's going on that, honestly, it doesn't matter that they got stunned up because they had their dash.
Yeah, definitely. So much healing. You can see here, Ghost, being the Zen player, putting in so much healing. More than half of his healing being Transcendence healing there, and 6k Transcendence healing in 15 minutes. That's a lot.
That is, yeah, honestly, really good play coming out from them. We will go to a quick little break here whilst we get everything set up for the next round, and we will be right back. Hello and welcome back to what could potentially be the last map of the weekend, and we're going to Rialto.
Yeah, it isn't the first map I would have chosen if I was PE Arcade, but maybe they have something or some strat that they really know how to execute on this map. Maybe they did some VOD reviews. Maybe they come up with some way of countering AdFriend, and this is the start of the reverse sweep.
So is the reverse sweep something you potentially want to see here? It's obviously quite exciting.
I mean, I haven't I have unfortunately not been able to see too many reverse sweeps and casted even fewer, so it could be very exciting.
Yeah, it's very unlikely though, right? So I guess we'll have to see exactly what happens, and honestly, it's going to be really interesting because so far it's not exactly been a stomp, but it's not been close either.
It's not been too close, but it's not been too even either. Like these fights go forward and backwards, side to side, right to right. Who
They go
knows?
both. They go all the different ways they could go.
Yeah, definitely. Like some of these fights should never work out realistically. But we actually see a little bit of an interesting swap. I'm not sure they're gonna stick with that, but Ghost is actually on to Anna instead of Zen here.
I mean, it looks like they are because they're on the defense here and they're already rolling out and heading out towards where I'm assuming they'll set up. And actually, I quite like their positioning here. It's a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, definitely, but I'm not really sure what P Arcade are trying to accomplish with this team call if they're actually sticking with this. Do have a Roadhog, so maybe they're trying to hook the ball, play it a bit of like a counter there.
Yeah, potentially they do have the Sigma as well, though. And the Sigma and the Hog, that can definitely work, right?
Can definitely work. You pull them in, you rock them, and whoever they are, whatever health bar they have, they're more than likely dead.
Yeah, I guess that is exactly right. But we are going to see if Illuminati can do anything here. Anyway, the Tourbillon turret gets taken down, and for now, that's all the excitement that we're going to have as the teams. They're playing a really slow, kind of pokey comp.
Yeah, definitely, and Anna, or Ghost and Anna being way in the back, nowhere near anyone else, and they don't have the range to deal with her.
Yeah, that's why I really like this positioning. It seems so difficult to counter this Anna. But look at this, Will managed to get picked onto Trust Me. Trust Me went out by themselves a little bit too much, and that's going to be one person down for the attacking side already and a lot less damage because the Hanzo, they do a lot of that work.
Yeah, definitely putting in a lot of damage, a lot of that work. Soax actually being really far forward here, making sure keeping control of this high ground. Even though they do have people set up there, they're not really gaining anything from being up there.
Yeah, no, they're not. And honestly, it doesn't look like they want to give it up either. But Void up here as well with Soax just defending it. But the point's already gone past them. Trust Me falls again to Will, but Soax does eventually get taken out because they were cut off from the rest of their team.
Yeah, definitely. This Soax is gonna drop the Deceiver, and so is Void.
Yeah, Deceiver here. They're eventually getting so many picks. This long, drawn-out fight, the PE Arcade, they seem to be winning. And Deceiver honestly showing their prowess on this McCree.
Yeah, definitely. The problem I'm having with AdFriend's comp right now is they do not have enough damage right now. When they did have the Zen, it's that amplified damage, and that's what made their comp work.
But with the Ana, there's just not enough. But we do have a Nano Brigitte on point right now, but Ghost does eventually fall to Trust Me, and it looks like the rest of the team is going down too. Soak's going to get staggered out here by the looks of it, and they're pushing through. Finally, we're seeing quite a bit of life come out from PE Arcade.
Yeah, definitely. I was never a doubter to the reverse sweep, and we may actually be able to see it today, Echo.
Oh, and look at this. Trust Me going aggressive again to get rid of the Tourbillon of Maid, though, and that's quite good because it means the attacking side, they can really set up on this high ground.
Yeah, definitely, but the Zen and Brig are actually not set up on the high ground. A little bit of a problem for while Ghost and Soax are. And now Ghost is back on his signature pick.
The Pulse Bomb does come out, but it gets blocked by the shield of Soax and dropped onto the floor. So actually, that was a really, really nice play. Ghost does eventually fall to Illuminati. I think there was a hook coming out there anyway, but Void on the point. They're going in with the Graphitic Flux, and it goes out onto the Roadhog. The Roadhog falling as well. The defense, they're looking strong here, but there's two separate fights going on. Will, they have their the ultimate come out from the Sigma copy, and they take out the Zenyatta with it as well. Finally, we're seeing the defense stabilize a little bit, but they had to use a lot of ultimates again.
Yeah, they had to use a lot of ultimates, and Illuminati does get the pick onto Ghost, but he has to overextend so far into the enemy backline, and he just gets absolutely melted afterwards and punished for it.
Yeah, and I guess that's the kind of thing we want to see them do again, but on the other side, we have Rally, we have Transcendence, and we have Gravitic Flux here coming up on the attacking side, and that could be more than enough, but with Trust Me falling so early on to Soax, that can't be going well for them.
No, definitely not. Trust me, falling very early there.
Oh, but we see the High Noon come out from Deceiver. They can't actually see anyone within their sight, so I don't think they're going to get anything with it, but they do. Somehow, for some reason, Ghost peeked them, and eventually Luminati gets a pick onto Void as well, and it's just Soax and Will left on point. I don't think they can really do that much. The Brigitte trying to get out with their life. Will won't manage it. There was a big hook coming out from Luminati just to confirm the kill. And actually, Soax does fall late in that fight and gets staggered out along with Kiwi.
Yeah, but you know what happens on third point here? It's almost always the defending team starts to hold from here. It's these tight choke points where Zen and Brig are just so powerful.
And why are they so powerful on these tight choke points?
Because you can't push them, Echo, quite frankly. Like, okay, you're going to push them, they're just gonna round the corner and you're just gonna get picked off if you overextend. Like, trust me, they're just done.
Yeah, we saw Mado and Trust Me having a little bit of a date on the sidelines there and eventually get taken out. The defense off the back of that pick and honestly off the back of Will's really powerful. Oh.
Whoa.
Okay. Sorry about this. We just had a server error coming out onto our servers here. We'll just try and get this sorted out as quick as possible. It looks like the entire servers have DC'd, and personally, I'm just loading back into Rialto now as an observer, and I'm not sure what's going on.
From the messages in chat that we see, the server closed due to an unexpected error.
Well, you know, Overwatch is made by Blizzard. It's only a small indie company. There's not a lot they can do about these, about these servers, I guess.
Yeah.
And you're not sure what to do either. For now, we will go to a quick little break whilst we try and get the rulebook sorted to see what we need to do, because obviously we were in the middle of a game there. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes, hopefully. Hello and welcome back from a little bit of a weird break. We've not had one like that before. I don't think in Pachimari at all. We've had players DC, we've had people DC from the cast and all that kind of stuff, but we've not had the servers disappear and break before. So that was a little bit of a weird one. And Urazi is just going to talk through kind of what we're going to do because of that.
So normally we don't account for stuff like this because what are the chances that something like this happens? But normally there's pretty limited things we can do. So we can obviously not just like enter the client and like just say you guys just push for free because you got to point C. So the only thing we can really do is to replay this map. Both the teams seem to have agreed upon it, and PE Arcade are gonna lose a little bit on it. But if anything, I'd say they're even more motivated to get that dub on this map.
Yeah, so there we go. We will restart. We will see everything happen again. And I guess it's going to be interesting to see if we see them roll out on the same kind of compositions on both the attack and the defense, because obviously they know what the other team has kind of played.
Yeah, but also they know what they know, and those who know what they know also know that they know they know they know.
Okay, no, see, this is why you're the smart one here. You're the analyst. I'm just here to talk. I don't understand a word you're saying at this point.
It's fine. I have no idea what I'm talking about either. It's like there's some proper mind games that can happen right now, right? So if they know that they're playing Ana, for instance, right? They might draft a comp that counters Ana on defense. But if they know that they are gonna play an Ana, they might not play an Ana. And then Pachimari might know that and they draft completely differently. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, it does look like Ghost doesn't want to play that Ana this time. They're not set up in the back staircase. They're actually set up on, as Zenyatta on this main high ground. And this is more what we expected to see from them the first time around.
Yeah, definitely. And Kiwi actually falling extremely low though, but not dropping because that brick just provides that safety.
And it has happened again. Sorry about this, everyone at home. There's obviously something going on. I think for a while recently there has been some stuff going on with some maps. I can remember. I know GGU released a release about not playing certain maps. So we are just going to go to another quick little break whilst we get this sorted. Sorry about this, everyone at home. hello and welcome back again to what we were hoping could be to potentially the last map of this series. Who knows if we'll actually manage to get that done today if Overwatch keeps on crashing. But for now, so we do have a plan in place for if Rialto crashes again.
We do indeed. So it seems like from what we have seen at least, there seems to be problems with Rialto specifically. So we brought it back to the lobby, made some changes, and hopefully this should run. But we're testing it currently as we speak. But if Rialto doesn't run, if there's a bunch of problems, we have a contingency plan where we're going to Oasis instead. And since none of the teams picked them up, it should still be semi-fair.
Yeah, exactly. So we did have the staff pick the map of Oasis just in case something goes wrong. But we will jump into Rialto. We're going to hope that it works out, and if not, we'll jump straight into Oasis with no break this time around. And we have basically the same kind of team compositions come out, but trust me, they're over onto the Junkrat this time.
Yeah, like Trust Me is no Blue Dog and actually gets picked up very early here by the Torp turret.
Yeah, honestly, no Blue Dog at all. They might be higher SR, but they're just not as good at Junkrat as Blue Dog is, obviously. So for now, we're just going to see Deceiver trying to get as much damage as they can onto Kiwi and stop them from slamming down. But look at where PE Arcade are. They're all hiding inside together. Is that really a good place to hide?
Not necessarily. You're standing in these sightlines of Ghost, and Ghost picks up Trust Me again. Trust Me has probably spent more time dead than alive this match.
Yeah, honestly, that's exactly what it feels like is going on. But for now, it looks like Void, they managed to get a pick, and the server has closed with an unexpected error. So for now, the lobby will get restarted, and we will head up into Oasis. So now, obviously, Oasis, it's a completely different map type, but it's control. So it's the kind of thing that we've seen this before in this series, right? We saw control previously, and this time it's Oasis, so it's a little bit different. We've seen Lijiang a lot, and on Oasis you can see very different compositions.
Very different composition, and hopefully different netcode, so shit doesn't just crash again.
I mean, we can hope so at least. And we're coming out onto City Center first. And obviously we're going up into one of their spawns, and we'll see in a couple of seconds what they're going to pick. But what would you say, Urazi, is one of the better comps to play on City Center?
My money is on Trust Me, or not Trust Me, what am I saying? Add Friends comp. Oh god, I'm losing it at this point. Like, their comp actually works surprisingly well on Control Center, because when you get the initial cap, now the attacking team, quote unquote, has to come to you.
So is this the same kind of thing that we've seen them do all series long again?
More or less, yeah. I wouldn't even be surprised if Melo switched to Symmetra just to TP them forward. That's actually doesn't seem like. Actually, it's Will who will TP them out.
Yeah, so Will TPs them out, and then they come out up onto the Echo to go up into the sky, and we'll see Deceiver on the other side out on the McCree. They're going to be spamming down shots out into the sky to try and keep Will in check.
Definitely, we'll see how that works out for them. Turret drops very early though.
Yeah, the turret going down, and look at the high ground control come out from PE Arcade. This is going to give them a big advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Ghost and Soax not set up there, but Karma and Autumn, they're just going to be able to put in so much more damage.
Yeah, but Trust Me gets taken out really early yet again, and Illuminati did get a really nice hook onto Void, but didn't manage to confirm the kill because of all the healings coming out from Soax and from Ghost. So, in the meantime, Soax actually gets taken out by Deceiver, and that's a really good pick. That's so much less healing, so much less CC on the side of Ad Friend and PE Arcade. It looks like they're slowly going to be winning out this fight.
Yeah, definitely. I've talked about high ground advantage before, Echo, and it's really coming into effect right now. Even though the enemy team is on their best comp, quite frankly, what they play the best. Just because you have the high ground, you just are set up to do so much more damage.
So what is it about the high ground that really gives you that advantage?
Well, you can look down for one, so you're really safe and you can't get pushed, but you can really easily push the enemy team. So you have that kind of safety.
And so obviously we've seen this before on Iconvolt as well. Being able to push the high ground is really important. We see Kiwi trying to go up to the high ground now, and actually we see Autumn Souls getting taken out whilst on the high ground by Maid though, sniping with that Torbjorn. And taking control of this high ground again, it's quite tricky because the only person that get up there is Kiwi.
Definitely Maid though getting pick after pick after pick, but Deceiver trading it back.
Yeah, Deceiver traded back with a brilliant high noon to get rid of Maid though and Kiwi, but Void on the point. Such high charge and so much damage coming out from Soax, from Ghost and from Void. That trio of players just so good at working together, playing so well. And now they've got control of the high ground, and this is where we see the advantage playing really in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. Soax, Ghost and Void have really shown that they can play this trio really, really well. So it's going to be really hard to force them off the high ground unless all of them push them and make sure they get off.
And so they're going to be pushing behind them up onto the high ground using the same jump pads, so you're expecting that kind of thing. Although they can't because the Mindful comes out from Kiwi, and although the Gravitic Flux comes out, Ghost has their Transcendence and they're going to be perfectly fine, kept all alive and Void. They're not going to take too much damage from that anyway. But we see now Deceiver come up onto the high ground along with Hitori, but Hitori on this Sigma, they're actually trapped out by themselves. No one else is there that can really look after them and protect them. But as I say, that Autumn Souls, they pull the trigger on the Transcendence and they're keeping their team alive. Maid though does fall, but Will, with that copy on the Hog, manages to get rid of the opposing Hog and the Deceiver as well. That's a brilliant play coming out from Will, and we're seeing exactly what we expected from our friend here.
Yeah, definitely. Even as all of this was going on, Trust Me was secretly picking off people one by one, but because the central core didn't die, he just couldn't do anything after that.
So with that central core, you really need to pick them apart, but it's a very easy way to do that, especially with the Brigitte and the Zarya.
Well, you can technically just push them, right? Like, if you are 6 people, they're not all gonna be there, because the Echo is at best gonna be on the high ground, and Zen is not gonna risk it.
We see Deceiver come out with the ultimate, but they get taken out by Void in the meantime. Void through their Gravin from a long range distance, and only a couple of ultimates used on the side of our friend. And actually, another relatively easy fight, and we're coming to the last fight territory here.
Definitely, and they're holding close here. I don't think there's anyone to touch unless the Autumn Souls does get a pick, but is he gonna be able to touch?
Yeah, Autumn Souls got rid of Will, but everyone else has to touch. We do get the ball of Hitori managing to touch onto the point, but Autumn Souls get taken out by the opposing ball of Kiwi as well. And Hitori, they're rolling through the point, but they have everyone backing them up now as well. And it looks like finally, Pachimari Arcade, they've just about managed it. They've just about flipped the point back in their favor, but they've got a long road to travel to win this map.
Yeah, definitely. Almost 50% more they have to go, and they don't really have the ultimates to show for it. All the attacking team really needs is to find 1 or 2 picks, and that might just be it. And we've seen how prone they are to getting picks.
Yeah, we do see these little bits, these little people every so often just suddenly get picked off by whether it's from Ghost, whether it's from Maid though, whether it's from Will. This just does seem to happen. We see Autumn Souls falling extremely low there already from Will, but they're kept up. Trust Me goes for the pulse bomb, but it doesn't actually manage to get a kill onto anyone, so that's going to be a little bit of an ultimate gone already. In the meantime, Void, they're just building up another Graviton Surge already, and they're just going to get this point if no one else manages to contest. The Diva's on the point, but they can't really do much. Trust Me falls extremely low and has to back off, and in the meantime, Void on the point. They're just charging up their ultimate off of the ball here, but they do get taken out. They didn't realize where Deceiver was, and they get taken out by that high noon. That's so unlucky because all their charge has gone now, and we're in overtime. If both teams, they need to make sure that they win this fight in order to win this round, and Ghost, they get the first pick on Deceiver, but Soax falls to Autumn Souls as well. Maid though, with this Torbjorn, they've put their Torbolt all over the point, and all of the picks, they're going in PE Arcade's favor.
Does seem like it for now, but there's still some members left and they're still stalling it out.
Yeah, they are. We see, I think that's Will on the Wrecking Ball, and Maid though actually gets picked onto Hitori. Kiwi falls to Trust Me this time as well. Will on this Wrecking Ball goes out to get a health pack, and a pulse bomb comes out from Maid though, and it actually gets rid of them. That's so good from Trust Me. That's so much damage gone, and it's going to be so tricky for our friend to win out this fight, and it doesn't look like they can. They win the first round, and we're going to go on to the second one, 1-0 up to PE Arcade.
Yeah, this is definitely what you want to see with PE Arcade. Now you actually build up this kind of immunity, right? So even if you lose this next map, you do have that as immunity, because you can just win the next map and then win every map from there on out and still have a chance to win the grand finals here of day 2 of the Pachimari tournament.
Yeah, it is that exactly. And the reverse sweep, we've seen it close to happening before. We've seen it happen before as well. And it's one of those really exciting, intense parts of Overwatch is if you suddenly come back, each map is a complete reset. The only thing that you need to worry about is your mental. And as you can reset your mental as well, it's so easy for you to get this reverse sweep if possible. We see both of the balls rolling out, almost mirror images of each other going in for a 1v1, but Trust Me comes in as well, just to kind of scare Kiwi away just that little bit. Illuminati's hiding out on point. Meanwhile, Will in the sky doing a lot of damage already to that Tracer. Means that they can't push as aggressive as they'd like. Mado falling a little bit low here on this Torbjorn, and it looks like this group of players, this group of 4 players that we always see hiding out together, they're hiding out in the same room as always, just off the side of point.
Yeah, definitely, but Ghost actually gets the better of Autumn here.
Yeah, we've seen this happen a couple of times already. Ghost getting a pick early, whether it's onto Autumn or someone else, and we see another one onto Trust Me as well. Look at this Zenyatta player is so good, and you can really see where and why Adfriend are so good, where it comes from. It's their skill on each individual hero.
Yeah, definitely. It might not be visible, but just Soax keeping Ghost alive and Ghost being able to do so much damage, even though they're not showing up in the kill feed too often, they're monumental for this strat for their team to work.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And look at the ultimate charge difference between Autumn and Ghost here. That's just evidence of how much damage that Ghost has been able to do. And they've now taken control of this high ground. And as we talked about previously on the last point, this high ground is always useful to take.
Yeah, definitely. When in doubt, why not take the high ground?
Yeah, and we see Trust Me going around the back, harassing as much as they can. They've got their pulse bomb here as well. They might be going for something to look going for a little kill here, but Mado actually gets taken out and Will. They managed to copy the Tracer, so they're going to be going to the back line. Ghost gets another kill onto Trust Me. There's no pulse bomb anymore if there's no Tracer, and it looks like the point. Although Trust Me does fall, Illuminati managed to take out Kiwi, and that's a lot less people on the point to contest for Adfriend. Void goes, but Deceiver uses their High Noon, and they get rid of Soax, and Void eventually falls too. The point gets flipped over to the side of PE Arcade, and the minefield just stops anyone else from touching point. Will does take out Illuminati on their way out. That's a lot of the Zaya's charge that will be gone, and that's a little bit disappointing for Illuminati, but other than that, they're pretty happy with this.
Yeah, and Illuminati being on Zarya here is a lot more of what I want to see. D.Va can find a lot of value, but when you have this ball, you really want to bubble the ball and make sure he gets in and out efficiently and gets you a bunch of energy.
Well, it's going to be difficult to do that without your McCree there to keep you alive and to stun people coming in. Mado comes out with their Torbjorn ultimate as well, just to block off all entrances to point. That's what they've done there. It's so tricky. And Autumn Soul uses the Transcendence to get onto point as well, but it's too late. The contest was already too late. And Ghost, they get yet another pick and another as well. Ghost is so good on this Zenyatta, and you can see Void there bubbling Ghost to keep them alive, to make sure they're safe and sound to get as much damage in as they want.
I mean, when you have 3 DPS on your team and basically 3 tanks, what can you do? You have Soax who fills 2 roles, both the support and just such a tank. Can just end 1v1 anything, and so extremely tanky, and Ghost just out DPSing some DPS in this game more likely.
So are you saying we're playing Goats here?
Well, a variant of Ghost, for sure.
And we do see the Mortati field come out, but it's already destroyed, and the minefield goes out onto the Grav as well. Soax just charging through, both of the supports getting kills here. Ghost does eventually fall to Deceiver, but Deceiver is probably going to get taken out too by Kiwi. There we go. And we just see the Torb on point. The point is going to go the way of Adfriend, and we're going to the last round of Oasis, and it will be over on Gardens.
Yeah, I think it's called Gardens if I'm not completely mistaken, but this was the buffer that PE Arcade had. At this point, they have to have some kind of signal that triggers for them. They had one chance to mess it up, and they used up that chance, so they can no longer mess up. From this point on, they have to play flawlessly. They cannot drop this point. They cannot drop any maps from this point on if they want to have a chance at winning.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Again, as always, Shirazi, if they do, if PA Arcade lose this round, then they do get second place in our tournament. Still a really good place to get, but they're going to be aiming for first here. And they actually, both teams have gone for the Symmetra out of spawn, and then we actually see PA Arcade, they're running the Brawl here.
Yeah, this is kind of what I expected from them, because if you push the core, you can sometimes force them off the places they want to be. Like Ghost and the Soax not being able to use the high guns is really gonna work people. When Trust Me is dead, that's disaster.
Yeah, trust me, getting taken out already, and Deceiver actually managed to get a pick onto the other side of Made Vow. That's good, and a really nice pick. Kiwi goes for a boot, but doesn't manage to get anything there as they get stunned up by the McCree and right click. They have to be really careful here as they're falling a little bit low, even with all of their adaptive shields. The Brawl on point, they're just going to rush, and they are, but they have to back off just a little bit because the Ryan's shield is extremely low, and trust me, they come back onto this Doomfist. We've seen what they can do on this previously in the last game that we saw them in, and Will already goes down, but Hitori goes down too. That's the main tank, and Made though gets another pick onto the Lucio. Autumn Souls eventually falls to Ghost, and even though the point was capped by PE Arcade, it doesn't look like it's going to last that way.
Yeah, even though you had this Brawl, even though you had this team comp, Ghost and Soak actually never were contested on this high gun in that little room.
Yeah, but they still haven't capped the point. They keep on forgetting to get it, and eventually Mado does get it on that Tourbillon. And the point, 22% over to PE Arcade. That's another nice buffer that they've given themselves.
A little bit of a buffer, but it's not quite as much as I'd want if I was PE Arcade. Now we have to go in, and they're probably just gonna force them off the high gun, I'm gonna assume. Trust me, jumping the gun a little bit there.
Yeah, they go in a little bit aggressive, but it's actually okay because Kiwi falls a little bit low because of it, and the high noon come out from Deceiver, the minefield going in behind, and they manage to get rid of Kiwi. That's a really nice pick, but Hitori goes down on the other side with all of the damage coming out from everyone. Trust me, going for a punch, but they get taken out by Made Thou, and that's probably going to be it. The attack isn't working. Ghost actually uses their ultimate along with Made Thou. I don't think they needed either of them.
I mean, they didn't necessarily need them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. If you wanna win, sometimes you just gotta show that, okay, next fight we don't have chance, we don't have these ults, come at us.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what's going on, but we have a lot of ultimates coming up on the side of PE Arcade here. This looks to me like it's going to be one of our favourite parts of Overwatch.
Yeah, definitely, it's gonna be a bit of a clown fiesta, and we're gonna see how these teams utilize some of these ults that they have.
And here we go, we see Will coming up onto this Doomfist. This is a really nice pick because they get their ultimate so quick and they can go for the space jam here, but there is the lamp trying to keep everyone alive, but eventually Hitori does fall because they were so low after that immortality field had fallen down. Will doing so much work here on this copied Doomfist. This is obviously a comfort pick of theirs as well, and they eventually get de-suited out of that copy, but by that point, they've won the fight. Soax does fall, but they had so many picks already that it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't necessarily, and now we're in last fight territory. Deceiver does actually trade onto Will, but is it gonna be enough?
Or maybe it is with that Void going down too. That's so much peel, so much damage gone from the side of PE Arcade. The mines come out from Kiwi, just trying to get as much damage onto everyone as they can. Deceiver with the high noon drops to try and get a pick, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to touch, and they do flip it off of the back of that high noon. And in the meantime, we have Deceiver going after the Tourbillon here, and they almost manage to get the pick, but they don't manage to. Oh, look at that! Ghosts use their Transcendence to keep Made-Thou alive, and there we go, they've already got rid of Hitori. The self-destruct comes out on point, and Made-Thou does fall down to it, but they've already got their Tourbillon out onto point, and Ghost is just doing so much damage. Kiwi falls too, but honestly, with how well Ghost is doing here, it looks like it might actually almost be it. Ghost is just causing so much havoc, and the beat came out to try and keep everyone alive on the side of PE Arcade. The point is still ticking up in their favour, but really, I don't think it'll be for long.
The Ghost still doesn't die, he gets pushed right into the face by a Doomfist who got a Lucio beat, and he still does not die.
And there we go, they get the final pick. We're on to overtime, and we have I think it's the ball on point Hitori. Now, trust me too, they're trying to get as much damage as they can, but Ghost punches them to death. This might be it, and I think it is. There we go, we see it. We see the 3-0 coming out from Ad Friend. Well played to them. They managed to win the Pachimari Esports Brawl for All.
Yes, definitely. Congratulations to Ad Friend, and congratulations to Ghost, who apparently is a sharpshooter here, putting in those orb with precision. I think he picks off Autumn here. Yep.
Yeah, they pick off Autumn, and I think Trust Me falls to them as well, if I remember correctly. We just saw this repeatedly. So much damage coming out from Ghost on this Zenyatta.
Definitely a lot of damage. You can see here 33 offensive assist, 52% kill participation. Absolutely huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, and honestly, that's just the name of the game here for Ad Friend. It looked like there was a couple of weaknesses that we saw on Rialto, but unfortunately we didn't manage to play out that map, and the weaknesses, they didn't translate over to Oasis, and I guess that is going to be it. Well played to Pachimari Arcade. Obviously they managed to make it all the way up into our grand final, so they get second place, which is still a really good achievement from them. But Ad Friend, big congratulations to everyone on that team, as that was a brilliant, dominant performance in the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well played from both these teams who showed the sportsmanship, didn't show too much toxicity, were willing to, well, go through some of the scuffness that Overwatch can present. Sometimes it doesn't quite work like you want to, like here on Rialto, but it happens.
Yeah, it does. And we'll go to a quick break and we'll be right back with an interview with one of the players from Add Friend. Hello and welcome back to Pachimari Esports just after we'd seen a dominant grand finals from Add Friend, and with us we have the one and only Ghost on that Zenyatta.
Hi.
So Ghost, obviously you played extremely well throughout the entire series. The rest of us, most of the time we were just talking on the broadcast about all the shots you were hitting. Would you classify yourself as a Zenyatta one trick?
Well, yeah, definitely in scrims.
Mm-hmm.
But in competitive, or ranked, I play whatever, mostly flick support.
Yeah, I mean you're obviously really skilled, and we saw your Ana a little bit on Rialto, and it looked like it was definitely working well. But your Zenyatta just seems so powerful, especially with the synergy you have with the rest of Ad Friend.
Yeah. Well, Zenyatta also works incredibly well with an Echo and Ball OCP we have on the team. So.
Yeah, Urazi?
Yeah, again, congratulations on the win and very well played to you and your team.
Thank you.
I feel like you guys had a very interesting composition that you basically played religiously throughout all of the maps. Do you want to break down this team comp a little bit? We made some attempts, me and Echo, to break it down, but I feel like if we're gonna ask anyone, a member of the team could probably best.
Well, we're known for OTPing, so Yeah, but we basically just slam rotations.
Hmm.
So we just put like we take 2 groups. We have like our Echo or Tracer and our ball, and then we have a top Zarya, break and Sun together. I just spam.
That kind of core, you manage to kind of keep each other alive, I guess, whilst you're doing
Yeah.
a lot of damage. And made though as well with the Torbjorn left clicks, somehow doing so much work on some of the. I think they managed to take out an Echo at one point, which was absurd to me.
Yeah.
I guess so. Unless there's anything else from you, Razi, do you want to say anything on broadcast? You've got a whole bunch of viewers out on Twitch. Is there anything you want to shout out to?
Shout out to Choose. He's our mental coach. He's the best mental coach ever.
A mental coach, so the team has a
Yeah.
coach to kind of keep everyone's mental up and keep it
Yeah.
all strong.
Yeah. He's the
I mean,
best of the best.
obviously it works quite well for you. So
Yeah.
congratulations again
Thank you.
for winning the tournament. It's been amazing to watch you guys kind of climb through and to cast this grand final. It's an absolute pleasure. So thank you for coming for an interview. We'll
you.
let you head off into back to celebrate with the team.
Yeah.
I hope you have a good evening and thank you for participating
You
as
too.
well.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And there we go. So that was the interview that we had out over with Ghost, the Zenyatta from Ad Friend. And right now, we just want to show you a quick little video with Pachimari Esports that, well, I'll let the video speak for itself. Now, we won't go into too much detail, but if you keep an eye out on our social media, we'll be announcing it in this Discord server. So if you're not already in this Discord server, there's a link in the Twitch Nightbot, also posts it every so often as well. So try and grab a link, join the Discord server, follow us on Twitter as well. And there might be some announcements coming soon about a little rebrand that we're having here at Pachimari Esports.
Yep, definitely. Keep your eyes open for that. And thank you all for being here yesterday and today. It was very exciting to cast. Hopefully it was just as exciting to watch.
Yeah, it was brilliant to cast. So yeah, thank you again to everyone that participated, everyone that's watching at home, everyone talking in the comments in Twitch chat, and everyone that's helped us set up this broadcast, set up this tournament to be the best that we can be. So that is us signing off for now. Thank you very much to everyone at home, everyone that played, and we'll see you soon.